Alrighty guys, good morning. Happy fucking Sunday. Hope you guys have a wonderful morning so far, guys. Tonight we're gonna be doing more of Cities Skylines. Nope, we're shelving Starfield for the time being. That was something just to pass the time while I figured out what I wanted to do. And turns out Skylines came out, which I definitely want to do. So we're definitely gonna be playing more of Skylines tonight, see where things go with that. Oh yeah. We got stuck on low-density housing yesterday. Pretty big pain in the ass. Oh my god, it's a little Idahoan. Yeah. Got my new laptop back. No OW is good OW. Well, we might go back to OW. You have to understand there's only so many single-player games, and single-player games are fun, but they're only so enjoyable for so long, and I need to have that, tension, the PvP-ness. I need to have the PvP-ness, and that's just the way it is. I need to have that animosity or the thrill of going head to head with people. That just makes it much better for me. I'm just always going to be interested in PvP. It's just the way that it is. I can play all the single player games I want, and I appreciate single player games, but they only do so much for me for so long. And for some reason, viewers are not transferable between PvP and PvE. So games that are single player people generally do not want to watch PvP. They generally do not want to watch first-person shooters. The longer I play a single player game, the more likely it is we'll just lose basically anyone that comes to visit my channel when I go back to Overwatch. And conversely, people that watch me play Overwatch obviously generally don't want to watch Cities. And I'll be playing more and more Overwatch compared to other games, so unless I want to become a single-player streamer, I have to limit basically my intake of single-player games. This is the longest I've played single-player games in a long time. And conversely, there's more people that are watching me now that I'm playing single-player games, which is sad. Yeah, I don't want to be a single-player streamer. I don't want to be a single-player streamer, guys. I just don't. It's not, no. I mean, there are worse things in the world, to be perfectly honest, but I wanna go up against people and win. That's who I am. That competition, the competitive spirit burns within me. Speaking of which, I got my laptop back, guys. I got my laptop back for the third time. That was fixed. And they replaced the case, which is nice because it has more structural, like I had a couple dings in the case, like chips out of it, and I think that was causing the case to flex more. So it was causing, I'm pretty sure a trace is broken on the motherboard, and it caused it to flex, which then causes my sound to cut out. And the only way to re-enable my sound is by disabling the device and re-enabling it, or rebooting, which is not something I want to do all the time. And sometimes it doesn't even, it'll just go away and won't come back. And as it turns out, it's still there. It's still broken, but it takes more effort to actually break it now because the case is structurally sound. So, if I pick it up and put pressure underneath the left side of the pad, underneath the left side, it'll cause it to bug out, but I can still fix it. So it's just broken, it's just not broken as bad. Right here. I can even show you right here. And the funny thing is, it's, otherwise, it's like the brand new. They replaced the screen, I'm pretty sure. They replaced the keyboard. They replaced the entire case. The only thing I think that is the same, is the motherboard. And the funny fucking thing is, it's the thing that's actually broken. I'm pretty sure the motherboard has a trace on it that is snapped, or it is barely making contact. It just like flexing the case just broke the trace, so it's hooked together, so it will make contact, but if you flex it, it'll just lose contact again, right? Because traces are tiny little circuits on the motherboard. So I'm pretty sure a trace is broken, and it's not going to fix itself. The only way to fix it is either soldering it, which multi-layer PCBs, which almost every modern motherboard computer is, are next to impossible to fix. Unless it's a surface trace, it's next to impossible to fix. You can't solder it, which means they just have to basically cut out, you have to send it and get it scrapped. So they refurbish probably the CPU and the GPU, they cut it off the board because it's soldered in, cut it off the board, and then they scrap the board. But yeah, they've done everything. It looks brand fucking new, but I'm very certain the motherboard is the same motherboard that was in there because I picked it up tonight. I picked it up to move it, went like that, and sound's gone. Fucking sound's gone again. I thought it was fixed too. I looked at it, I got it out of the box, holy shit, they sent me a new one. It had some tags on it too, it's brand new out of the box. Nope, just the case. Just the fucking case. Picked it up, and oh my god, though, my productivity went up 5,000% using the thing, though. Like, not waiting for shit constantly in the background. You don't realize how much you wait for stuff to happen. If you multitask on a computer, you don't realize how much you wait for stuff to happen until it happens to you. Like, I just, like, switching between tabs, doing Twitter and stuff like that, just, like, everything just takes fucking forever on my older laptop. And then, like, it just, you know, craps out on occasion. My older laptop craps out on occasion. I'm pretty sure that's also going. Not as bad as my newer one, but it's also losing steam. Had BSOD on me, although it used to occasionally BSOD too, so who knows. Something's not quite right with it between switching between graphics on it, and that's, I guess, never been fixed. Because if I have a bunch of things open, if I switch between a game and then the internal GPU, it causes like a bunch of lag on the system and high CPU utilization. Something's broken and was not fixed. Can't wait. Anyways, yeah, I don't know, we'll be doing Skylines, I guess, for, I don't know how long. Simulator games, depending on what they are, take a while. This looks like it should be fun, though, so maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, maybe forever. Probably not. We'll see where it goes, though. Tonight we have to figure out how to get rid of the urban sprawl, which we've created, and I guess it's complicated. There's a lot of posts about it on the forums. We'll have to wait and see. Trying to figure that one out last night. Anyways, it's on the Game Pass, which means I paid $1 for it. I paid $1 for it. So there's that. Let's see. Let's take a look at the Skylines Reddit. I don't think we're going to do normal podcast tonight because I want to get into the game. I started late, too. My sleep schedule is like this, and I'm now going to bed at like 2 p.m. in the afternoon and waking up at 10, so. Gamers Nexus. Ooh, we might take a look at this, though. That's kind of fucking weird that there is a terrible optimization, Skylines, benchmarks, and graphics. Let's take a look at this. I'm curious. 40 FPS. Yeah, I have a 4090, guys, and I'm getting... Yeah, let's take a look. I'm curious. That I'm gaining subscribers, guys, by playing fucking. This hurts me. This internally hurts me that I'm playing single player games, which I do enjoy. I'm playing single player games, and it's growing my channel. But I know that when I go back to multiplayer games, they're all gonna disappear. It doesn't. It's been this way since time began. It is. Message old as time itself, guys. It's a tale as old as time itself. It's like you cannot be a multiplayer and single player streamer. The only time it crosses over is if you play like casual multiplayer, I guess you could call it. Casual multiplayer is like, here I can show you on Twitch what it's looking like on Twitch. Casual multiplayer is the off multiplayer games that are like something people do not play normally. So Dark and Darker being one of them. Dead by Daylight, Dark and Darker, I think, is things that single-player streamers could handle, or viewers could handle. And Diablo 4, for instance, is too grindy. Like, it is, like, Dead by Daylight, which Dead by Daylight was fun, but there's other things I'd rather play now. And I played it for 2 years. And then, like, Dark and Darker is another one, where you see a lot of the... Like, you get people that... It's, like, competitive, but it's not super competitive and meta, because all the super competitive and meta players are actually playing, like, Fortnite and... Overwatch and CS, right? So it's like competitive, but not super competitive, so you can kind of pretend that you're, you know, good at what you do, right? While not having a comparison point for people. Yeah. It's growing. My single player games are growing my channel. You guys are here. You're like my regulars from Twitch. You guys have seen there's new faces popping up, and they're regularly popping up. That's crazy. Yeah. And then I go back to multiplayer, and it's just... It's a different stroke for people. I don't know why I'm a gamer that can tolerate like a bunch of different games and enjoy them, and there's just people that are just like strictly single player and strictly multiplayer, and they can't do either of them. I don't know why. You're here because of cities. Fuck you. You're not here because of cities, Idwin. You wouldn't have an OG badge. Your OG badge betrays you. It betrays you, son. And good morning, Slane, by the way. You didn't watch it because you thought I would. Well, that's because you're watching everything that I watch because you know it's going to be good. So, yeah. Like I said, I wanted to get into the Skylines tonight, but we'll take a peek at this.
City Skylines 2 is one of the worst optimized games we have ever tested. And normally we don't throw around the word optimized, but with this one, it's really clear. In fact, it was bad enough that the developers themselves posted multiple panicked updates ahead of launch to tell people as much.
Come on, Dvord.
We tested about
Jord.
22 GPUs at multiple graphic settings and
This is
resolutions.
what WSG mean. Warsun Gulch?
We won't bother presenting anything beyond 1080p because the RTX 4090 was stuck below 40 FPS average when it was at 4K low. City builders are actually one of the main
There's definitely problems with level of detail, so how far out you zoom, and then when it cuts out certain things like shadows, shouldn't be rendered past a certain distance, depending on what object you're talking about. It picks and chooses basically on the level of zoom you are on the city, very important, and it doesn't do it properly, like the developers didn't do it right.
I've played over the years, so I have a lot of experience dating back to Caesar 3 was the first one I ever played. I love city builder games.
I love city builder games. Fuck you, Steve.
We're going to talk about some of those today. And
no,
this testing
you
was
can't
done
like them
using
too.
A pack of save games that were published by City Planner Plays, who's a YouTuber who really focuses on the gaming side of this. So City Planner did a good job with some of the initial benchmarks. We're here to pick up the torch for some in-depth performance and graphics analysis where we...
Hub, I would more than likely trust Hub. This is still pretty good, but Hub does much better job than GN does now. GN, their gaming methodology, their benchmarking methodology kind of lacks a bit.
Found everything from bugged texture quality settings that almost seem inverse to the setting, all the way up to bad stutters. The game itself appears to be getting updates, so that's great to see. From what we can tell, it looks like a fun game that just needs some more time to bake. And the fact that the devs can increase performance within 2 days of launch proves that. But optimization or not, we can still talk about GPU performance. So
there is a whole bit about the...
That, this video is brought to you by
Lexar. There's the whole bit about the simulation kind of being broken in the background, the ultra-real part of the simulation being broken in the background. I'm fine with that for the time being, as long as it's fun. That's something they can fix in the future, but it doesn't break the game for me, as I'm still enjoying it.
Intel XMP timing. Benchmarks, that means just a lot of cards against each other to help you choose which one you might want if you're buying or upgrading. We also have one-off feature tests for optimization purposes where we apply each setting individually to look at the type of impact it has if you're trying to boost the frame rate by a little bit while still keeping as much graphics quality as you can. And additionally, we have a section dedicated to the visuals of the game comparatively, looking at one preset versus the next, just with all the settings changed per the preset to see what you might be giving up by going from, say, high or medium down to low. Because the patch shipped after we'd done our testing with all of these GPUs, we went back to add in the patch. That'll give us relative percent uplift scaling from a couple of cards so that we can figure out how much it might affect all of the cards on the chart, because we're not going to redo all of them for 5%, but we can get an idea where things land. Now, with that current patch, most of these cards are still roughly in the same place that they were with the launch version of the game, which is what we did most of our testing with. So they're within about 3 to 5 FPS or so of where they were data logged originally, and that won't change in many cases. However, it is enough.
Power settings are changed on my laptop,
cases,
guys.
Especially cards that are sort of on the edge of playability. Let's start with researching the city size for defining the methodology. We did this testing with our standard GPU test methodology and platform, but we used the City Planner Plays files for testing. So again, a massive thank you to him for posting some real gameplay save files to make testing easier. We'll link him below. If you play this game, you should check out his channel. A game like this, you can't test properly just on an empty map or a freshly started one. Most city builders, the performance degrades over time as you continue to add on to the city. So let's look into that. We were able to do like-for-like benchmarks at different city sizes, but with the same bones. The weather and time of day conditions were all the same, as was the test cores, so just the city developing was the change. And the impact here is crazy. Here's the chart. This was conducted with the patch released on October 26th, so that's the first performance patch. This chart shows the 4090 at 1080p medium settings, and the scaling is clean. At 1,000 population, pretty close to a blank map, we're at 115 FPS average. That's insane as compared to our 100K population map, where we see a 62% jump if you were to demo your city and evict everyone back down to a population of 1,000. To have a game with a 62% range is uncommon. We rarely see more than a 10 to 20% swing.
They should go back and take a look at SimCity. To be perfectly honest, like I think a very good comparison point here is looking at how SimCity handles things. SimCity, I still think, is much better than Skylines. Skylines 1, I don't know about Skylines 2, we'll have to take a peek. Not much better, but better than Skylines 1. And it's launched earlier. And then everyone talked about how it did everything better, but it really didn't.
We'll come back to more research after the comparison charts to show some optimization tips. We'll start with the impact from the updates. When the update launched, we were actually already filming this video, but we decided to pause the entire project to investigate the new patch. This, however, was after we
That's what happens when you deal with bleeding edge stuff, guys, so
3 different
their choice to do this.
With several different graphics settings, amounting in over 500 test passes. So the update included some specific notes on stutters and on LOD at higher resolutions, alongside some global illumination changes. We'll talk about those.
Global illumination is like kind of a
for now, though, let's start with
poopy
the
version of ray tracing. If I remember right, ray trace global illumination, which I think the game uses. It's not normal ray tracing.
Passes versus the patched passes. At 1080p low, the RTX 4090 posted a 5.6% performance uplift from the patch. It's not much, and we're not at the CPU limit yet. That happens closer to 112 FPS. The RX 7800 XT posted a 4.5% improvement in average FPS. That's good, but from the perspective of our original round of tests, not much has changed. You can approximate these differences in
no
the
dynamic res.
charts. The RTX 4060 saw an improvement of 9.8%. That's more meaningful than the other two.
Holy fuck.
And the RTX 3060 posted the most meaningful yet at 11%.
4060.
30 FPS to 33 FPS average. It's not game changing.
Keep in mind, guys, most people that are going to be playing Skylines, which is a simulation, it is a chill-out game, do not have bleeding-edge, esports-ready rigs. Like, you know, I have a 7950 X3D and a 4090. yeah, like a Ferrari in my computer. Not quite a Ferrari, but a used car in my computer. I have the equivalent of a used car in my computer. Yeah, most people are not going to have this. They'll probably have maybe a 3060. Yeah, and like maybe a 5800 X3D if they're feeling spicy. But they're probably on older hardware because it is it is not a hardcore game. Like, this isn't something where you, like simulator games aren't something where you have to have a high-end rig. It's just something most people just run this in the background. They do work and they'll run a simulator in the background, you know, and just whatever happens, they just kind of go with it. It's a chill-out experience for most people. That's kind of a big deal. If it's not accessible, this is a big deal.
Posted about a 15% uplift from 25 to 29 FPS. So that's a large jump percentage-wise.
Third thing is, like,
the
population
970 was unplayable.
Like, what is tanking? And actually, I don't think there's many. Like, I don't think that a 970 is completely unheard of for people that are playing this game, even though it's a really old GPU. The people that are playing simulator games probably have not upgraded in a while, to be perfectly honest. So even that's not that far-fetched. The weird thing is, you'd think with population, it wouldn't increase your GPU workload hardcore, and then you could turn the settings to low. And it wouldn't matter, right? You'd just be looking at stick figures. It shouldn't matter at all. What really should be hit based on the simulation in the background is your CPU. But it's not.
With these settings
which is weird.
And remains unplayable here. The uplift was massive as a percentage. It's almost 18%. But that just means it moved from 11.7 to 13.8 FPS average.
Oh,
and with the standard
shit.
deviation on this specific card.
How many people is this? On 12700 KF, which is still a pretty good processor. I suspect that people aren't going to be playing on a 12700, by the way. They're going to be playing more on a, like, 9000K, somewhere around there, 9 or 7000K. 8700 still exists, by the way. I think 8700 is the first one where Intel went to 6 cores for, like, mainstream was 8700. 1026, it doesn't say what pop it's at. That's really important, as he mentioned, was population should be here, and it's not showing the population is playing at
0.4 FPS.
Matters. That does matter.
That number
and
anyway.
either because of the CPU simulation or the GPU simulation, GPU rendering.
There was more ground to gain. Even without a CPU bottleneck, though, the higher performing cards just didn't benefit as much from this patch. They weren't bound in the same way.
Let's use auto
5% or a little bit over that isn't uncommon on the higher end. As for frame times, there was an improvement in most of the cards. Not always, but generally speaking, it appears to be better. But there are still massive frame time and frame pacing issues. Now we're going to run through the original performance numbers from pre-patch, but keep the numbers we just looked at in mind to help you calibrate against.
Most notably, people are going to be at like sky height. They're going to be down at the level of the,
which is when we started testing it. It'll give you the most GPUs to look at, but you do need to keep in mind that there's about a 5 to 10% increase on average. It is mostly linear, and the worse the card did, the more uplift there is. Our first test will be for 1080p medium. For our testing, we always toggle dynamic resolution completely off because dynamism for resolution impacts testing, and it removes like-for-like comparisons. At 1080p and with the medium preset, the RX 7900 XTX sets the ceiling at about 67 FPS average. Lows are paced better.
7900 XTX was not a bad card, guys. At launch, when you were, this is another example of it, guys. At launch, where the 7900 XTX cost $1,000 and the 4090 cost $1,600, and the XTX ranged in performance from the 4080 to 4090 in performance for $1,000, which is still cheaper than the 4080. I don't know what they're priced at now. Very, very good deal. Very, very good for the high end, at least. For the high end, very, very good deal. And it caught a lot of shit because it wasn't low enough in price. It was still, look at this. It's tying the 4090. It's beating the 4090. Head explode moment. But this depends on whether or not they're CPU bound. If they're CPU bound, then it's going to come into things like, which I guess they probably are not. It's going to come into things like driver overhead, which matters and AMD is better at. I'm going to get my coffee, guys, real quick here so we can continue this. One moment.
Alignment with the workload going up.
Okay.
The 4090 is tied with the 7900 XTX here.
Yeah.
They are
I would have 100% bought a 7900 XTX if I wasn't kind of shoehorned into a NVIDIA GPU purely because I stream, and that's how everything is set up, is around my NVIDIA GPU. I would 100% have bought an XTX, but I didn't want to fuck around with things and have issues, so I had to buy a drop-in replacement, which was very expensive.
And the RX 7900 XT trails, giving the XTX
I obsessed about that for so long, and then I bought it 6 months
advantage.
later for the same price as launch because it didn't change. 8 months later.
The 4070 Ti ran at 46
6
FPS
months.
average, where the 4080 has a 22% advantage. And remember,
then a month later, they dropped it in price.
Medium. These are normally numbers we'd see at much higher resolutions, or at least graphics settings. After this, the
one thing I still fault GPU, like I mentioned before, guys, at one point I thought I was going to be a tech tuber, or I was considered being a tech tuber, writer, whatever you want to call it, benchmarker, basically, at one point in my life, but there just isn't money there. There's just no money at all. One thing, for instance, I would include here is your CPU utilization, like a graph here on the side, so people can see what cores are loaded up, which is very important, because that shows you how a multi-threaded or multi-core processor, which matters a lot more nowadays, multi-core processor is functioning and what threads is loading up, and also helps them diagnose whether or not it's doing weird shit like, you know, going onto the E-cores when it shouldn't, in the case of 12,000 or 13,000 or now 14,000 series, or in the case of X3D chips that might have two chiplets like the 7900, excuse me, the 7900X, not 7900 XTX, fuck. I'm gonna cheat, guys. Brain fart. 7950, there we go. It was 7900, just not 7900 XTX. 7950 X3D or the 7900 X3D. We'll have two chiplets, and as such, they will try to put things onto the X3D cores instead of across all the cores. But some cases, like Cyberpunk, Starfield were better experiences across all the cores. If you unleash basically the CPU and allowed it to use all the cores, it performed better than just on the X3D die.
Ended RTX 3080 landed at 40
But also
FPS.
seeing GPU utilization
That's
numbers
the
very
recommended
important.
card. That's just below the 6800 XT. The low end of the chart is built up by the RTX 4060 at 23 FPS average, which could be made to work better with lower
Once again, they aren't
settings.
telling you the population
Let's look at
here.
low settings.
Or maybe
The
they did
preset
and
option
I forgot
toggles
already in
dynamic
the
resolution
early part of the
scaling
game.
Quality to constant. Again,
Where they
we
showed the
disable that
different
for testing
levels.
purposes so we have comparable data. The first thing you need to know is that the frame times in this game are completely crazy sometimes. This has gotten a little bit better with
At one point, when I was playing, there were cases where it was stuttering every 10 seconds. It would cause spikes. As you can see in Afterburner in the top right, it was causing spikes every 10 seconds. It fixed itself. It was doing something,
the
though.
first patch, but it's still bad. In fact, here's a look at the RX 7800 XT after the patch.
Something to do, I think, with maybe
This is at low
acid as
settings.
accessing
One
or
of
something.
these two
Some of
passes
those-
had several violent stutters over 100 milliseconds, including one big spike to 322 milliseconds. That's 1/3 of a second that we're staring at the same frame. So this is a big problem still. The other pass we're showing here is more stable. The game can run smoothly, but it's not reliably smooth. The point is that 1% and 0.1% lows in the charts coming up are not an indicator of card quality this time, like they normally are, because the game itself is so variable, so they're more of an indicator of the game behavior. So here are the results for 1080p low. The top of the chart is pinned to around 83 FPS average, with the 4090 and 7900 XTX at the front, and
I want to say I get better FPS, and actually, I don't know. Once again, it'd be really nice to know what size city they're testing here. Yeah, it could actually be this is a 25K city, and I have a 12, I think, right now, so maybe not. It's not
closely
comparable.
trailed by the RTX 4080. If we were to draw a line at around 30 FPS, then the RX 6600 and everything below it falls short and would need further settings reductions. This includes the RTX 2060, the GTX 1060, and on a technicality, the RTX 3060, although 29.9 is effectively 30 FPS average, assuming you're okay with that frame rate in this game. While these cards were more playable in the lower population cities or the
People
empty
weren't
maps,
joking.
they suffered greatly as the population count and the city complexity increased.
You can see
Shifting
that.
focus back towards the rest of the chart, the Skylines2 community seems to be regularly talking about VSync on Reddit. We ran it on a 4090 just to reiterate an ancient point. VSync will cap to the screen refresh rate, so on a 60 Hz display, that'll be a 60 FPS maximum value. That's exactly what we got. Doing this can help eliminate frame tearing, but will introduce potential stutter problems in scenarios where frames are not ready on the flip interval. The RTX 3080 ran at 61 FPS average here. That's the card that developers have as their recommended. The GTX 970 was its minimum, and that one struggled hard. Even at 1080p low, we could barely exceed 11 FPS average. Turning depth of field completely off and setting depth of field quality to off, just for good measure, we saw an increase of about 9% to 12.8 FPS average. So percentage-wise, that's a big jump, but it doesn't really help. The 7000 series RX GPUs have some interesting behavior in this game. They're more advantaged than we often see in some other games. So the RX 6800 XT generally outperforms or more closely equates the 7800 XT, largely because it has a CU count or a compute unit count advantage. But we're seeing the 7800 XT pull ahead in these charts. The same goes for the 6950 XT and the 7900 XT. We normally see them closer together or sometimes even flipped, depends on the resolution as well. Very low configures almost everything to a simple state of being toggled off. First off, we're becoming bound at about 110 FPS average, so everything from 104 to 112 on this chart is at least occasionally hitting other limitations than the GPU. Let's start our focus on the 970, which is definitely GPU constrained. We're seeing a result of 28 FPS average. Maximally, a depth of field toggle would gain you 2 to 3 FPS here, so that's close to that 10% number again. The lows are bad though. You're going to encounter stuttering frequently, and in particular, rapid zooms or camera movements will provoke them, especially in the test city that we're using. Because this game seems best played at 1080p, the RTX 3060 Ti is actually beaten by the 4060 Ti. If you've been around for these cards, you might recall the memory bandwidth limitations on the 4060 Ti were severely hampering it generationally, which often results in regressive performance against the 3060 Ti when resolution is increased. But back to Cities Skylines 2 at 1080p, it's ahead. AMD's newer RX 7600 is roughly tied with the 1080 Ti, so you'd be able to increase the settings quality on these cards. The 3060 is positioned similarly, as is the 2070. As for the 4060 non-Ti, that leads the closely competing RX 7600 by about 10%. The biggest thing we saw here, though, was better frame time pacing. Although not great overall, most of these cards are at least in the 30s for 0.1% lows. Our next chart looks at individual graphic settings. For purposes of that, we wanted to choose a card that was at roughly 30 FPS average when it was at baseline 1080p low. The reason we chose this set of numbers is because the gap between low and very low is gigantic. It is one of the largest gaps we've ever seen in presets this low down the stack. So we chose the GTX 1080 Ti FTW3 that we have. That meant moving from 32 FPS average on 1080p low to 72 FPS average on very low with the launch version of the game. That's massive. We normally see swings closer to 10% in games between settings. That's a good and a bad thing. The good thing is that it means there's a lot of room for players to manually tune the settings where you can make it look better than very low, but you can still get some of the performance advantages by getting away from just the low preset. So there's room there. You just need to do some tweaking.
A lot of settings. It's like they didn't know what to tweak either.
We didn't do this testing for every single card because it's not necessary. What matters here is the relative scaling. So we're looking to identify how much performance can you gain by changing different settings down. Doesn't matter if you don't have a 1080 Ti. Also, if we did it for every card, it would have been like 322 combinations just for low and very low to be compared. So relative scaling it is.
I would have preferred two cards though, a 1080 Ti and then a 4090 to show what you absolute maximum.
Is at the top. Toggling depth
or
of field
XTX, depending on what you want to do.
Gave us a 33.6 FPS average for both variations. That's an improvement of 5.7%. On the 970, we saw closer to 10% when we tested earlier, but the frame rate was
have
also
two
much
data points,
lower,
at the very
so
least two
the
data
impact may
points.
have been disproportionate on that card. Each entry only changes the setting listed, so depth of field remains on physical for the rest. Turning off
1080 Ti's are very cheap if you want to buy one used, so.
A boost of about 11%.
And they're still relatively good.
Significant and could be a place to find a lot of extra performance.
And again, you can get a 3080 for $320, so.
That they published when the game launched. So they recommended depth of field off, volumetric off, and motion blur off. There was functionally no impact as compared to the other tests. Volumetric alone achieved similar results, so the gains didn't stack here for average, or not by much. We did get a stacking effect materializing in the frame time pacing though. Shadow quality jaunted us in huge ways, gaining us 37% performance. We'll show you what that looks like momentarily, but this is huge. Level of detail scaling, at least for the launch day patch, boosted us 29%. As for ambient occlusion, clouds, anti-aliasing from the FXAA baseline, and texture quality on a card with sufficient VRAM, none of those really affected things much. You could leave these at low or boost them higher to increase fidelity without much loss of frame rate. Fog boosts frame rate when disabled, and since some people seem to really hate how the setting looks anyway, that's potentially a win-win. Reflections didn't do much in our test environment,
fog.
but might have
just
more
makes everything
impact
blurry.
in other specific scenarios. Global illumination
Game in general
was
seems pretty blurry.
volumetric as having moderate gains. Time to look at how the first patch affected the game. We reran a few of our tests to quickly check on if the scaling we saw in the last chart has changed, and that's what matters. It's the relative scaling, not just the absolute performance. Here's the chart. We reran tests for the baseline low result, for depth of field, and for global illumination. Low baseline improved to 35.6 from 31.8, and more importantly, had a big uptick in the low-end performance. We don't have the standard deviation shown here because it's across two different passes. So that's a 12% improvement in just the baseline. The original depth of field toggle was a 33.6 FPS average result, which was an uplift of 5.7% on this card from the original low baseline. The patch boosted that to 36.6, so we're only seeing a 3% uplift now from the new baseline. You can't compare the unpatched low base to the patched depth of field toggle. That doesn't make any sense. The improvement is less significant now than it was before, which suggests changes to depth of field at baseline are affecting that result. The global illumination toggle previously improved performance to 35.5 FPS average, which is an uplift of about 12% against baseline. The new result is 38.2, or an uplift of 7.3% against the new baseline. The reduced improvement again aligns with the patch's changes to global illumination. This game is performing still poorly overall, but the patch brought a huge improvement. They really should have just waited the 2 days it took to push this. It's get into some of the graphics comparisons.
Crunch time, guys.
Shadow quality had some.
Oftentimes, gamers or people that work at studios are not very good at managing their time, and as things ratchet up towards the end there, crunch time basically becomes industry standard, and it's not necessarily because, like, I think it's a good thing, but rather because people they loaf a lot. They just procrastinate and loaf a lot. Geeks are really, really good at procrastinating, and it all dials down to crunch time. So regardless, you're saying, oh, wait 2 days, and it would have been the same, it probably wouldn't be. Instead, you'd have the same thing 2 days later, and they would still patch it 2 days after the fact because people need that. They need to have that milestone. They need to have something in their mind that pushes them to the edge where they actually just really, really just hammer out the work, right? And they probably had more than enough time to do this. It's just how they allocated their time was poor. And there's only so much you can do to manage that, right? There's only so much you can do to motivate people to try harder until it really gets down to the wire, and then everyone's on the same page as far as making things happen, right? I think, crunch time in general, I don't think, besides a couple, not exceptional cases, but something just really, really, outside the norm, like, let's say, Fortnite. When Fortnite started hitting it off, Epic was really on top with crunching things down. They pumped out the content constantly because they knew they had an opportunity, and they just fucking grabbed it, and they wrestled that shit to the ground, and they are where they are right now because of it. They also got compensated. The workers got compensated. There's some people that are bitching about the crunch time at Fortnite and at Epic while the game was taking off, and there's other people legitimately, like other developers legitimately telling them, saying that they should just go find a different job if they don't like it because they know what they're in for. And Epic was very forward about their how strenuous their work schedule was, and they compensated them for it. And whether or not you can handle it is up to you. The personal responsibility plays a lot in you taking a job. It doesn't matter if you want to work at Epic. Maybe you aren't capable of working at Epic, right? When this was going on, right now it's a lot better than it used to be, but it was very much just under the gun constantly. Most games they ratchet up to crunch time right towards the launch because at the beginning they're just kind of loafing around, working for maybe a quarter of the day and visiting the juice bar or whatever, and then when it comes to crunch time, they're working overtime to make up for the fact that they loafed at the beginning. And there's only so much, in order for that to be, to allocate time properly, the studio would, the people at the top that manage, the management would have to know exactly where people need to be and when. And that's, because the way coding works, it is very difficult for people outside of the ecosystem to know what exactly things need to be done and when they need to be done, right? And how far behind people are. Because you're basically trusting the word of the people that you have to manage to do things properly, right? And people just not social loafing, just loafing in general, to just put it off and procrastinate, and yeah, everything's on time, don't worry about it. And the other coders are getting they're starting to sweat too, because now they have to pick up the work from Joe that is saying that they're on time and they aren't, and just everything just goes to the shit. And while I don't think crunch time is great at all for the gaming industry, it's almost something that's necessary at this point. Because what he said is, just wait 2 days, right? Just 2 more days, and we would have had better performance. That's not 2 more days, and it probably would have launched in the same state, and then they still would be releasing the patch 2 days later that did the same thing, because what's motivating them to finish the game is not the time. It's how they allocated the time in the first place, and now they're behind. So you can say what you want about just from a logical standpoint, just wait 2 more days. It's a linear relationship, right? It's not the way human psychology works, and at the end of the day, they're probably going to be in the same spot they were before. More time does not always mean things will be better. Sometimes you just end up polishing a turret and it just still launches and it's just bad.
Some of the biggest impact on performance, we'll spend some time showing a side-by-side of the setting. This is only comparing the low option versus the toggled off option.
Shadows off
when
makes the game look so bad.
Off, you'll notice the 3/4 angle of the city.
I can't do it.
Any shadowing at all in the trees in the lower left-hand corner. Toggling between just low and off, we have a very flat-looking image when taking those shadows away completely. They should just call this option SimCity 3000. Looking at the buildings in the city, we can also see removal of shadows along the inside walls of the buildings. Toggling it on and off a few times, you can really see the impact of even just going to low shadow.
These look so bad from the
but
sky
remember,
too. I don't. It's even a
case study from baseline low. The cost was 37%. Zooming into the city makes this really apparent. The absence of shadows is clear here, so we probably don't need to point out the individual examples. The car undersides make it particularly obvious. It's also clear in the trees in the background, where toggling shadows off removes any depth or self-shadowing from the trees, leaves, and the canopies. If you're desperate for performance, you should turn this option off, But unlike other settings where there's sometimes no visual impact for a high performance cost in some games, this one does have a visual impact, and it is tied to performance impact.
Huge.
Now we're comparing the presets. We're going to split our benchmark course into a few scenes and cover them in order.
Or if they're going to talk about the texture
really
popping
interesting things
or
during
the
this
shadow
process.
popping.
For example, the textures seem broken or extremely buggy, where as the quality
Shadow crawl is
increases,
horrible, and I can't. We tried a couple different times last night to get rid of the shadow crawl, and I can't do it. It's right during sunrise and sunset. It causes the shadows to crawl all over the place. It's really annoying.
some of the textures get a lot worse. Additionally, we couldn't find great reasons to play the game above medium settings, which we'll talk about and show you. So keep in mind that changing the presets changes every setting simultaneously. So in this section, we're not definitively looking at any one individual piece like we did with shadows, but rather just the presets. And note as well that resolution scaling once again was intentionally disabled for these tests, although normally it would be enabled as part of the preset.
Fuck that.
We made this table to show the different settings that are toggled when in different presets. And you can see this in the game menu as well under the Simple tab. Starting with a wide shot of the city, the first visible difference is the lack of fog at the very low preset.
I hate fog.
Fog quality is simply marked enabled at every
Why we have it off.
preset, and it doesn't change appearance between them. But at very low, the full screen haze is completely gone. Frustrating.
It would be different if this was like smog, right? If this was smog or clouds or something. That's not. It's not. It's like let's just cake a filter over the game that makes it look like shit. Because that's artist, right? That's artistry. That is yeah. That's the future. Is fog, right? It's just fog.
The fog gets in the way of most of the other settings we want to compare.
Projected
the
textures.
next most obvious change is shadows. Again, with very low, automatically setting shadow quality to disabled. We won't waste time rehashing that. No shadows means no shadows. At this distance, though, even the
fog is horrible. Like SimCity did weather really, really, really well, and they have like casual clouds that pass by depending on how high up you are. Very cool. This. No, and even Skylines 1 did it better. But they tried to take on more. They tried to make Skylines 2 like SimCity, like what it was when it launched, and well, not completely, but feels very similar in the way that they're approaching things. And it's just proving how far ahead of the time SimCity really was when it launched, even though it had issues.
Is unclear. Neither the draw distance
2013,
nor the
not
softness
the original
of the
one.
shadows changes visibly. So we'll check back in on that once we zoom in. Interestingly, there's a clear increase in quantity of distant trees when moving from the very low to the low presets, but no change above that. Out of the given settings, we'd suspect that trees are governed by LOD, or maybe terrain quality, but each of these
like
settings
fucking
is
blobs
supposed
from the
to
sky.
scale up with presets above low. The highlighted power lines between the pylons crossing the river pop in sooner at medium and high, but we haven't played much City Skylines, and it's unclear to us whether these highlights are even intentional. Either way, they never show up in this recording with the reduced LOD at very low, although they would if we moved closer. With a ton of qualifiers getting to the next comparison in this relatively flat city on a sunny day without any water-related disasters at this distance, at this resolution, we haven't seen a meaningful difference between low and high presets so far. There is one, but the keyword here is meaningful, so let's keep looking. Continuing to pan around the city, there are clearly visible reflections of bridges, roads, and boats on the surface of the river at the medium and high presets, but not below that. Reflections move from disabled with the very low preset to low at the low preset, but
they should have just kept fog off so it's easier to tell the differences between the two.
Include these elements, or at least not at this distance. There are definite changes related to anti-aliasing between presets though. Moving from 0 AA to FX AA by bumping the preset from very low to low dims some of the sparkling along the edges of roads and bridge wires. But the fog is also a factor.
Post-processing.
Zooming into a
What I was looking for earlier.
We can begin to see more subtle
Let's take post-processing on everything, guys. It makes everything look better.
We'll freeze here for a second to point out some specific changes. The shadow under this tree next to the sidewalk is slightly sharper at the medium and high presets than it is at low, and the dithered edge of the shadow of the brick building at the right becomes sharper as well. Specifically at high, the small yellow cars parked along the street cast shadows down from their side mirrors. But
fog, by the way,
just
makes
LOD
comparisons harder to deal with.
Erases their side mirrors at this distance. Also, the handlebars on the red motorcycle are completely erased, likely by AA, at the two highest presets. Zooming along the street, motion blur is non-existent with the very low preset, but increases in intensity from low to high. In addition to the intentional scaling of blur quality, lower FPS at higher presets is a potential factor here. The developer specifically warns that, quote, motion blur can be very visually disruptive if you have low FPS, end quote, and that's just always been true. Moving to the very end of our course, scaling and reflection quality is visible in the cars lining the street. At medium and high, the cars lining the street clearly reflect their own side mirrors, while progressively more detail is added to the reflections on the side of this red car. Bizarrely, the quality of the textures on the signs at the end of the street get progressively worse with each step up in preset quality.
So this is texture streaming. Sometimes it'll temporarily load at the right quality, but then regresses the state. That's a texture streaming issue. So texture streaming will change the level of detail depending on how far away stuff is and stream it in and out of your video memory so it can use less VRAM, basically is what it comes down to.
Very low, the green
a lot of games have problems with texture streaming, and up until recently, it usually does not matter. It just hinders higher-end PCs that have more VRAM because it's loading stuff in and out that it really doesn't need to out of your VRAM.
Or it is crisp and readable.
It also be LOD issues though too.
It's no longer recognizable as a billboard at all. It just looks like a blurry mess. Other nearby textures suffer the same effect, like benches and leaves on the trees. We also saw this in the street textures when we were up close, the back of cars, and other objects. This seems either completely broken, as in they flipped the settings by accident, or it seems to be an issue with rendering due to load intensity elsewhere. This was captured on an RTX 4090, so VRAM is definitely not a limiting
texture streaming
factor.
issues, once again, if it's too
got
aggressive,
worse
it does shit like
with the
that.
higher
Texture
settings,
streaming
so
that, if texture streaming is also broken, it'll do weird shit like, I'll call it stuttering as well.
It's not a universal thing. It might just be
loads it in too late, and then the game has to wait.
Governing the texture quality in these scenarios. Overall, isolating our analysis to this.
Texture streaming's been around for over a decade, by the way. It was originally designed for the 360 and PS3 to make them last longer, and it did because they have shitty VRAM.
Worse than high in this area. Again, we disabled resolution scaling for these comparisons, so we're not taking that into account. If you can, you probably should disable resolution scaling because most of the time it looks completely awful. It's using an FSR 1.0 implementation, so you get a lot of flickering and sort of polka dot patterns as they pop in and out. First off, for conclusions here, we need to address something that we saw that was very wrong in some of the posts.
They figure out how to change the signs so they don't look that way.
And so I saw a couple of Reddit posts and one Steam review that claimed things such as toggling depth of field off, boosting someone's performance from 22 FPS to 122 FPS. Saw a Steam review that claimed multiples of uplift from toggling depth of field off. That's not true. That's not how that works. If someone got that kind of performance difference, it's from something.
Yeah, this is Reddit testing now, guys. This is why if you see a rando that says I did XYZ and I got a huge boost in FPS, take it with a grain of salt. There could be some truth to it, and it probably needs to be drilled in further, which depth of field does help. It's not 120 FPS change. A lot of people are really bad at testing things. Like they don't understand in their mind that when you test something, you have to have like scenarios. You have to have like scenarios, and there has to be testing methodology in place. How you do stuff is always the same, right? And then more runs, so you have more data points along the way too. Hopefully more runs, and you have to have a certain number of runs to inspire confidence in it. A lot of people don't understand that. They just flick something on and off and think all of a sudden it works because they saw the number on the screen go up to 120 at one point, and all of a sudden they're getting 120 FPS. It's not the way it works.
That the game settings
even tech tubers, even tech writers, tech tubers have issues with testing methodology and figuring out that, testing what they need to test, figuring out how to test it, and then trying to test what they need to test and not just testing random shit.
Especially if you do things like minimize, or you have different selections for windowed versus full screen, things like that. It will change the resolution sometimes in ways that you don't expect. It seems like a bug, or in the very least, it's just a bad way for a user interface to behave. But we did catch multiple times the game would adjust the resolution. And more likely, these types of performance increases people are talking about might be from going from, say, 4K to 1080. They just didn't notice that changed. Or something else. It absolutely was not depth of field that gained you 100 FPS. There's something else in there. So just want to set the expectation.
Or that they even
setting
got
does
120
help,
FPS.
yes, it doesn't help that much. We're talking like less than 10% in most cases. As for the performance impact, looking at those charts again, there's a huge swing from very low to low. So the developers have bad defaults here. They should have more even space between these. Maybe they should add another named setting between them as a preset to give players a better balance.
I'm sure in
without
coming
making the game
coming
look
weeks,
like trash.
someone's going to come up with a really good low
There's no
setting
reason
for the
they
game,
can't have
or medium
something
setting.
where they maybe shuffle the names. Ultra low, they add a new very low that's in between the current very low and low,
Or just,
so
you
that
know,
again people can get
notch
something
it
that
up a
looks
little bit
more
to low's actually
presentable,
medium.
but doesn't have the same performance hit as just using straight up low settings. There's a lot of room for tuning here. In general, the developers in front of this.
By the way,
know
there's a lot of options here that they probably didn't check, which is each one of the things they went down and just did the preset. The advanced option for each preset has settings in it that may not be set correctly, and it looks like they didn't even test those, which is like there's probably even more things that need to be changed here than otherwise just flicking a toggle between low and high and then go, oh, look at the difference here, right? Or low and off.
Problem. So
which is what Gamers Nexus did.
They've said as much
Very, very in-depth.
as it being unoptimized and needing some work. And
Turn off
the
depth
good
of field
news is
anyways.
That first patch did
And motion
have
blur.
anywhere from about 5% to, let's call it about 10 to 12% on average for uplift, with the exception being cards that were extremely low down the stack, where we had one at 15 and one at 18% uplift. Now, when your standard deviation run to run for something at 11 to 13 FPS, depending on which patch it is 0.4, that becomes a significant percentage of the total number. So it's maybe not quite as big as 18%, but either way, the patch helps more the worse the card is for performance, the more sub 30 it is. So seeing these improvements, it's a good first step. It gives us some hope that there's things they can do to optimize, and we think they can get there, especially by tweaking some of the LOD settings, the shadow settings, the textures. There's some room to play around, and then volumetrics. So lots of places they can improve. If the base game is good, that's the most important part. And now it's just a matter of getting it so that.
Well, 30
more people
FPS
can
even
play
for a
without
simulator is
issues.
pretty bad,
But
though.
hopefully this gives you a starting point. If you
Like,
were trying
it makes
to get it
moving
to
around
where
and going
you have a good
between the
frame rate,
UE,
but it
the
looks a
UE
little bit
elements
better
and
than just
screens,
simply
pain in the
putting it
ass,
on
and that
very
would actually
low
ruin the experience
and
for
moving
people.
on with your day.
UE is
Thanks
actually
for
really
this one. Thank you
important.
for watching as always. To
Good.
support us directly for this type of content, because we had to delay our whole pipeline to add another day of testing just for
Whole
the patch,
pipeline.
and we spent several days on it already. Go to store.gamersaccess.net where you can grab one of our mod mats, coaster packs, shirts, soldering and project mats, or more. And thanks for watching. Subscribe for more. We'll see you all next time.
Shadows off, or turn the Generally don't respond to YouTube videos mainly because your shit gets buried. For some strange reason, I get almost no engagement on YouTube, so it doesn't really matter if you respond. I think in order for you to get engagement on YouTube, you have to post basically right when the video launches. So this guy, for instance, was 2 hours after the video launched. 2 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour. And the further along you get, just your comments get buried and they're kind of pointless, just like Reddit. Reddit is kind of the same way. You have to respond right away, otherwise you don't get any engagement. It's the same way. Still cool. Yeah, let's take a look at the Reddit here real quick before we get into game. Actually, cross-post too. Let's see.
City Skylines.
Fuck. Normally you get downrated for cross-posting if you're on the same platform, but we are not. Pretty much, I mean, I'm not going to retype that. I put work into that, and it's the same. I'm not going to just reword it just to write it somewhere else. It doesn't make sense. I understand why cross-posting kind of sucks, but it actually there's a purpose. It's like, you see this, for instance, on Twitter, you see the same article pop up and 5 different people post on it, and you write one thing. You can't really cross-post on Twitter because the algorithm will downvote you. It'll put you into the read more comments, which almost no one reads. Read more replies won't boost it the same, and then you'll get basically downrated by the algorithm. Which is unfortunate because you want to post the same thing on basically all the articles to get more engagement, right? And you can't because Twitter downvotes you for that, despite the fact that, you know, your opinion on the important thing is your opinion, and people seeing your opinion, but they can't see your opinion because now you can't post it on multiples of the same thing. It almost feels like there should be an option for you just to be able to cross-post to every article that's posting on the same thing. And, you know, because your opinion and what you're saying, unless the context is different, which you should be able to change it, you should have the option of cross-posting to multiple places and still having the same essentially presence on social media across different parts of the social media. And you can't really do that. It actually serves a purpose because you as a person are not going to change. And, you know, people that see you are going to change, right? The visibility is going to change depending on where you are. I really don't think it should be downranked at all, but it is. Okay, people getting pissy. Knee jerking. Strictly functional intersection with no issues whatsoever. Yep. Roundabout? Yep, people are not programmed cars, guys. You can say whatever you want about roundabouts working perfectly in real life. Problem here. Oh. I didn't see I thought that was a shadow. Okay. Okay. I didn't see that, guys. I did not see that right there. There's that. Yeah. It's a waterfall for cars. Ah, funny. Yeah, I thought that was just a shadow. That was playing with my brain. Yeah, okay. I have proof of planned bicycles and game files, I'm sure. The game will be pretty good in 6 months, 12 months will be even better. Like, people, like, I don't think games need to be released when they need to be released. Game studios need to make money when they need to make money. You saying otherwise isn't going to change that. That's really kind of the way it goes. And we talked about crunch time mattering, and how crunch time is a psychological phenomenon. As much it is just something game companies do to finish a product. Concern there's a lack of traffic in CS2. I'd agree with that. It seems as though there's almost no traffic in CS2. Probably just stuck on an intersection. We fixed an intersection almost immediately with roundabout. Which, by the way, we broke last night and we have to fix again today. So, there's that. Alright. Let's get into game here, guys. Get into Gamazes. On the Game Pass, $10. Play it for a month. And then 6 months from now, you can play it again for $10, and all of a sudden you pay $20 for a game. I didn't even pay $10 for this. I paid $1 for a 2-week trial, which I originally got for Starfield. So my current price of this game is $0. I don't know how Game Passes work. I don't know how they make money. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, as long as you manage when you sign up and don't leave it subscribed when you don't intend on playing games, it's definitely a lot cheaper than owning the game. To be fair, if you want to own the game, though, I have nothing against you buying the game. I need to take a piss. I'm going to wash my coffee cup out, grab a soda and a water, and then we'll play. 1 second. Alrighty. Let's see. Change categories here. Okay. Skyline 2. I don't know why there's 2 Skyline categories on Kick, but there is. Okay. Facebook still does not have a Skylines 2 category. So under Skylines. Yep. Go, guys. Oh my god. Xeno was there waiting for me to change categories and actually be in a game category. Just waiting, lurking. Or did not alert you until I went into a different category because I just changed categories. I was going pretty good. We just got done looking at benchmarks for the game, as well as talking a bit about it. So we're going to turn off 2 options. Actually, let's wait till we get in game. Yesterday, I broke my, entry to my city, I guess you could call it. Yeah, right here. This is broken. So there's that. And I wanted to turn this into a... Also, my game crashed yesterday. I wanted to turn this into a bigger and better entry point. 5-lay road. By the way, not criticizing, I'm just kind of curious on whether or not I even told you that I was live until the point at which I entered. Let's try this. I think what I did was I wanted to do that, but I also wanted to go in further. Can we expand this? Place these. That. Do a 2x. Okay, now go. Stop it. Stop it. Not, I mean, it's kind of butterfingered, but you know. Oh, it was coincidence. Okay. Yeah, that sometimes happens too. Trying to double up on exits here. Gotta fix this right away so our city doesn't explode. Yep. Trade. And move. Okay. Right, let's do the curve tool this time, guys. Like that. On a curve. There we go. It's not super horrible. I mean, obviously there's this thing going on here, but... guys. Have a little arrow there. The fuck is that for? Okay, I think that works. And then we got a much bigger roundabout now. Okay. Alright. Can you undo placements? Maybe. I don't know how. Alright, so. What are you doing? What are you doing? What's going on here? What is going on here? These lights? Why are there lights? Why is there a crosswalk here? Did I use the wrong road? Can you remove crosswalks? Let's check. Skylines, remove crosswalks. Skylines, remove crosswalks. Last month. How to place or remove crosswalks. Lights. This did not remove lights, though. Why? Why are there lights here? Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of there. The lights here. Remove lights on the other side. Putting them back in? Stop. No crosswalks ever. Why are they here? Go away. Lights. Can we remove the lights? Much better. Cross at your own peril, you bitch. Get hit by a car. There we go. There we go. Need a little tweaking. Where are you going? Ambulance. Oh my god, did you see what that white car did just now? This is why roundabouts are dangerous. In real life, they're absolutely dangerous as fuck. Yeah, look at this fucking shit. But in a simulation, they make perfect sense because everyone is in control of what they're doing. So roundabouts would actually probably be very good with like self-driving cars in the future. Right now, though, depending on what kind of roundabout or area it is. Also, how the fuck do we fix the textures here? Look at the textures. Oh, it's at the hospital, guys. It actually stopped for the person. That's pretty incredible. Let's see if we can fix the textures on the side of the vehicle. So depth of field, I think we want to turn off, as well as dog sucked my dick. It's not that they look that bad. There's something actually turning them into the garbage you're looking at right now. A little bit better. Now it's still getting... You can see it going... Look at that. The other textures, too. Probably a MIP thing. Let's also turn off... Why is this a thing? Butters. Very exciting. Disabled. Do you think it's actually disabled? Maybe. Subdivisions, target patch size. Where was MIP level? Cache limit. I changed that. There's level of detail. Bias. This might be it. But a lot better. Once again, it's kind of a weird... Like I said, texture streaming before is like made for like really ancient consoles. It seems like game developers have very, very difficult time tweaking it. Like game engine developers, so Unity, Epic, whoever makes Unity, I don't know. Unity, Epic, whatever. Whoever makes the game engine should 100% give them advice on what they should do for texture streaming, because it doesn't seem like they know what they're doing anymore. Especially when you have high-end video cards, like... Texture streaming should be almost non-existent. Oh, that's beautiful. Way to go, guys. We gotta go. Much better. So it was MIP bias. You can totally tell how, like, this is a game you could 100%, like, simulations, guys, you can just sit here and watch this shit. You don't even need to do anything. Love simulations. Like, you can just watch an ambulance just go around the city as it tells you where it's going. That's pretty phenomenal. It's not making any sound, though. It's a stealth ambulance. Yeah, so it was MIP bias. Oh, there's that. There's a storage container on the road. Yeah, there's that. Uh-huh. Oh my god, that guy almost hit the fucking ambulance. Respect. I mean, that actually looks, even though the visual quality not super amazing, that's actually pretty cool looking, if you ask me. Like, being able to see in the background as your guy just kind of goes through through areas. Look at that. Ambulance still... Oh my god. Still not making sound. It was MIP bias, by the way.
Athletics, perhaps. Yes, in the short
I like the sound of that.
Graphics could be better. Is it horrible? No. Like there isn't even grass. It's just flat.
Thank you, Professor. Industry regions on
By the way, it seems to have problems with render. Maybe there was grass and they took it out because they couldn't figure out how to fix it too. Right? So because it's like rendering stuff super far out. With SimCity, if I remember right, there's different levels at which you would see different things on your screen. Like it wouldn't render the really interesting, like the small details till you get close, which is the way it should work, right? When you're at sky level, you don't need to see fucking grass. Uh-oh. Bye-bye! Well, goodbye, ambulance. It's gone now, guys. Now we have to go back to our boring city. Alright. Take a look at our inlet here. Inlet looks good. Got some spin to win going on here. We need to figure out how to get people at a low density, and I think we're going to tax the poor. I think the way to fix that is taxing the... It's not even... The weird thing is, like, in real life, taxes are based on, like, your income bracket, right? In this game, they aren't. They're based on your education level, which is... Huh, it's interesting. One way of doing things. I have to update this at some point. The traffic in general in this game is like, it seems like it's much lower than it should be for the size of the city. Actually, no. We have 11,000 people in our city. Maybe not. So, right now we have problems with urban sprawl and not much demand for anything other than low density. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to hack the poor. So residential... We can only tax not based on the locale. Only tax based on uneducated, poorly educated, well-educated, highly educated. So if we want to drive demand, we lower taxes for the higher education. Where are they stuck at right now? And we tax poorer people. College, 834, and there's 3,800 that are eligible. So we want... level is this? It doesn't tell you. I think that is educated. I think poorly educated is elementary. High school is educated. Uneducated is no education. Poorly educated is elementary. High school is educated. Graduates are educated. Well educated is college. Highly educated is university. So we want to encourage people to go to college, which is well educated. Well, let's burn them to the ground, guys. Well educated. So this guy right here. Educated is fine. Let's go 9. Uneducated will drive to 14. And poorly educated will do 11. That. Highly will even go 5. Industrial, I think we have a problem with our one building here being... Implant. Oh, we do actually have a building here now. Mail handling, negative 3%. Network quality, 5%. I don't know what network quality is. Not enough employees. Doesn't say what kind of employees it needs. Mineral. Large roads, I think. Got a coal power plant and realized it's insanely expensive, so we didn't build it. Education, we can build a university. Not quite yet. We're going to wait till we drive demand a bit better. Oh. Under police, there's a welfare office. It feels like there should be a socialized services menu. I got a I don't think I group welfare in with police, but you know, whatever. Okay, it does definitely relate to crime, so. Lowers their likelihood of reoccurring crime. Not a politically correct way of looking at things, but it's 100% true. It's 100% true. Education is very, very important, guys. SimCity taught me that. We're gonna do a welfare office. Water, did that, and found out it didn't matter, because in order for us to get a water access, we have to go insanely far. We have to use, like, 12 tiles or something. Although I have to... Sports parks... Power. Sorting facility processes and stores mail for dispatch. Mail is collected from post offices and mailboxes and delivered to the post office outside of the connections. We actually need to improve our post office too. Rate is actually low. Storage extension. I don't think we have enough delivery vehicles. It says 7 out of 20 though. Stored mail is not anywhere close to maximum. Collected mail. Mail to deliver is sorted mail waiting to be delivered. Collected mail is mail collected from city is waiting to transport to a sorting facility. That just build up to maximum? Unless we have a sorting facility? The coverage didn't even look bad. I don't have any mailboxes. Kinda lacks over here. Yep. Does not actually have a global capacity. Let's take a look at our cars now, too. It's making me money. Crazy. $31,000 for our taxis. Let's take a look at our tax. 28 out of 28. Efficiency 110%. I don't know what electric cars do. It doesn't tell you. Contemplating expanding, which we're going to continue to do. Not expand further than that. And just not outward. Guess you can only go around it? Kinda shitty. I guess. Still shows you can build more. I think it has something to do with the shape we made. Possibly attach a road to it and make it bigger? Is there a service? Might do is, I think, delete one of these and see if we can put in a back way. Not remove taxis. Uh-oh. So, by the way, adding more taxis definitely decreases the cost. Taxi service. Let's see. Smokey. Electric cars do.
This is Second Moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle.
Might
Before we
reduce
dive into our next
reduce
lesson, I'd like
the
to-
or preset. We don't have it. We could try building it. It's already big enough. That's what she said.
For our newer, less able listeners, first, we will be dancing through the al dente section before entering the slower largo movement finally, then savoring the vivacious anti-pasto movement. So, without further ado, let's raise the curtain and begin.
1/4 will be electric vehicles, and I only see 2. There we go. So I guess it's when they return. That should be 11, 12, 13 electric taxis. I don't know what that means. We'll see, I guess. I assume it reduces your operating expenditures. Let's look at our enrollment now. Education. Eligible. 848 are at school. Elementary school does not have enough spots anymore. Right here. Okay. High school, 289, eligible 471. Good morning, Tech. How's it going? Pretty good. Good. Ambulance. Waiting for ambulance. Waiting for ambulance. That might not be good. There's our hospital and we need more ambulances. Rehearse. That I'm pretty sure we're fine on. Okay. Extension wing, patients. 89 of 100 patients. Ambulance depot, dispatched, dispatched. Expand. Alright, more ambulances. Build more, we might need to. Yeah? Did you get away from low income, or not low income, low density housing? You have to go to bed sometime today. Caffeine and Adderall would probably say otherwise, but you know, whatever. Ah, traffic jam. Because it doesn't spin to win, guys, is what happens when you don't spin to win. Where is the cause of our jam? Definitely seen a positive effect of building bigger roundabouts. I think we're going to try building more lanes here first. This is already 4-lane. Uh-oh. Traffic, traffic, traffic. Line coming in the city. What the fuck's going on there? Spin to win. We can't spin to win here, guys. Or... Very move. Nice, you can just move your cemetery like that. That says easy in real life. Right. So we need more lanes here, would probably be very useful. This is a very busy bridge. Yeah. Get bigger roads. Still, very high demand for low density. Not good. High rent. Traffic jams here. Get across this bridge. Alright, let's experiment first before we go to a bigger road. Alright, these are already 4-lane. Let's try the center turn lane. I don't know, it picks and chooses which side of the road it upgrades. It looks like it's all one direction. It depends on which way you go with the mouse. I suspect that won't completely fix things. Our intake here looks like we got some problems going on here. Well... waiting for an ambulance because everything is backed up. Looks like our medium density built up here. That's good. Like medium density, this is low income. Oh, we have a... oh, here. Insurgent buildings have a positive effect on citizens' well-being, policies, trade, taxation, and other economies as a whole. Helps the less fortunate by increasing the well-being in surrounding neighborhoods. Welfare office. Yes. I'm sure that's how that works in real life, but we'll take... right. High density. It is very difficult to differentiate between the different densities. That is low income. Medium density in here somewhere. Right here. Ready.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor
Not-
road conditions.
Does not
Please
look like...
exercise
Oh,
caution.
that's it.
Drive and
We didn't
try to
build a
stay off
road
the
maintenance
streets
place,
until
did we?
conditions improve. This
We
has
got it,
been
and we
a
never built
local
it.
Public service announcement. This is Second Moon Radio, classical for the modern age. Unlike most modern music, classical has always been penned by someone sitting in front of a sheet of blank paper, using only their imaginations as guides through a silent, audible masterpiece. Now, here we sit, listening at full volume, and our souls are transported.
Backed up
But
sewer.
let us not tarry.
Really?
On to the next episode.
And we had to upgrade everything else. Kind of makes sense at this
Industry in
point.
the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well,
Let's see.
that's
Sewer.
how it
There's
goes.
no sinking this boat, Glenda. And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is
Water
attracting more
and sewage.
high-end stores,
Okay.
bringing the latest in luxury to our
Sewage
neighborhood.
is at
You can now
capacity.
shop
We'll have
for
to put another one in,
designer
guys.
shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Ah, much better. Yep, taken care of. Still have... I don't remember this bridge having being a suspension bridge. I don't know if that changed at some point here. Still backed up. I think we need larger roads, guys. Oh, look at that! We have office demand now! Good. That's what we're looking for. Let's go to big roads, large roads. Divided, 7-lane asymmetric, 8-lane divided. Okay. A bigger. Here, the cemetery's in the way. Fine for now. Oh, this is right there. Right, 666, 666, 6-6. We're doing this instead of making bigger roundabouts. A lot of traffic. Good. Parking availability, traffic flow. High school. 90 out of 473. College, eligible 4,000, only 850 in college out of 1,000. Yeah. What are you doing? Yes. Classic roundabout. It just remove the crosswalks here in general. I don't think there's lights here. Or that still is not correct. It's like traffic flow, bad. It's not really bad. Right here it's bad. Right here it's bad. Yeah. You ever tried Starwind? What is Starwind? No. We may have hit a bottleneck going to our industrial area. Whoop, what's going on here? Bridge transition. That. Port. I wish you should be able to turn on like a traffic graph to show you where they're going, like where the majority of the flow is going. That's basically what I'm trying to diagnose right now, is where the majority of the flow is going and what's causing the bottleneck, which it looks like this street right here. If we need to make the roundabout bigger or just more lanes. And we have office demand still. Again. Taxi service right there. Not taxi, road maintenance. Alrighty. Let's do some expansion. It should just be a tool. Like the grid tool should allow you to snap to all the roads and just like that. Just do all of them down at the same time. Eventually make a crossover, probably at the bottom part of the city, right through here. I think we're gonna put in a second bridge, which will alleviate this bottleneck up front here too. Right, industry.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Recent spikes in demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand.
True.
This has been a local public service announcement.
This is Second Moon with
Actually,
J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Before we dive into our next
maybe?
section, I'd like to take a few mementos.
Water pollution. Water pollution shouldn't affect groundwater unless it's actually where I'm pumping from.
For our newer, less able listeners, first, we will be dancing through the al dente section before entering the slower...
Still not updating low density. You can do what you want. I'm not doing it. We're going to force them into medium and high. Doing it, not pandering. Alright, enough pandering.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you
Location.
can delays
High
on the
school?
major roads, especially during
Elementary school. Elementary still has capacity available.
Seems like
They're all
everything's
enrolled.
in a
High
hurry
school
to
has
get
some missing
started.
enrollment.
It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip
College is not
outside
full.
of March.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere. And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming, as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me.
Huh?
That's good for business and good for the community.
Alright,
Thanks,
chem
Jim.
plant.
We'll be back after this.
Network quality, mail handling, not enough employees, negative 27%. What's your mail looking like? Why is your mail still suffering? Boxes. Mm-hmm. Processing rate. I need a processing center. This is still having issues. 6-lane didn't fix this. Let's put in bigger roundabouts. See if that helps. And no crosswalks. We have to get rid of the crosswalks if they exist. They do not. 6-lane. Was issues. Spin to win does not seem to be fixing everything here. Car crash. See what's going on there. Guy doing? Car is parked here. Well, I guess. Right. Roundabout's bigger. As big as she gets, guys. I think the majority of the traffic is the cross to the other side, but it's not really even that big of a deal. I could go over the top of this and make this straight like that, and then force them into the secondary roundabout and put this underneath, and just have this underneath without actually interacting with the intake. We could also just add another entrance to the city somewhere. But how? That's not fun. That's not fun at all. Hey, we have some medium density demand. Hey, look at it go. Mind if I do? District slowly assign policies and city service only to be effect inside the district. With the district totally created just the border of the district. Different food station. Room for all the hungry customers under one roof. Okay. Different tool snapping modes can shape the area. Not fixing low density, you can go fuck yourself. Not gonna happen. I've had enough! Right. Looks like almost everyone is in elementary school. High school is still not at capacity. College is almost at capacity. University is not. We might have to drive taxes even harder for the low end. Gotta get them into high school. High school. Uneducated is no elementary. Poorly educated is elementary school. Educated is high school. At 8%. Oh, I don't know. That's yeah. More money off you till you want to go to high school. Unless the high school can't actually service people. I don't think that's the case though. Rubik Apartments. Okay. Let's see. College. So high school is almost... Actually, it's not anywhere close to capacity. Colleges, though. Right. Extension wings. How much does it cost per month? This costs $150, so pretty high up there. $1,000 a month for a library. All right, well, life. At another college library. Okay. What do we have for education? University, technical university. I'm interested in that. 160,000 a month. Probably should have done that other than upgrading my college. 10% efficiency office-wide. Office efficiency and industry efficiency. Yeah, so college and high school does not have a zone. It looks like the elementary school does, though. Not enough customers. Not enough customers. Customers means we don't have enough people. We're gonna expand down here and we're gonna put in something maybe. Still have space for medium density though. High density besides the low income area. Balance, services, transportation. Negative 140. Road quality is pretty good. Fine on that. Okay. Happy.
Pending
Fair
updates to our
taxes.
power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's
Electricity's
website
fine.
and plan for these temporary events.
Misinformation.
This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory.
Network
has been
quality
issued
mail
to
handling,
immediate
negative
areas
10%.
due
I think we
poor
need to
road
build a
conditions.
sorting facility.
Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're tuned in to Second Moon, the channel where the classics never grow old.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road
Mail to
maintenance
deliver,
services have already been
966.
dispatched,
Mail
and
to
traffic
collect,
alerts should return tomorrow.
1902.
But if you're
002.
planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe. This
Or
just in
education
from Friday.
services.
If
What
you're
the
thinking
fuck
about
are you
hitting the
talking about?
streets, You can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside.
Like entertainment.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
Yeah. Of customers. Got for buildings. Rubik Apartments. Okay. Station. Attractiveness, noise pollution low. When something has a radius of effect, guys, it really needs a circle around it. I don't know why it doesn't have that, but very, very useful. So I'll have customers, high rent. But that's an issue. Higher zone density. I don't have anything other than industrial. High density business, high density. It doesn't show up. I don't know why this doesn't show up. I really dislike when people, like, games hide UE elements until you actually unlock them, because then you can't see what you're unlocking, so you can try for it in the first place. To air. Big town or mining. Here we do. Oh, we can't get yet. Ah, there's a place for farms down there. Employees, not enough employees. Doesn't tell you what kind of employees it demands, though. Look at our traffic, you know? Spinning to win, spinning to win. Taking the city is now fixed. What did that? I think it was going to 8-lane intake. Fix that. Very large roundabouts here. I don't think this changed anything, though. Back to small ones and see if that fuckers it again. Yeah, I wish it was better different color differentiation, which there is not. I think what fixed this was larger intake roads. That. Entertainment. Viable health coverage again. 3. Well, can we attach road to it? There should be a way to attach a road to these things. I think there was in Skylines 1. Way. Best way is just putting a little tiny little road going to it so you can change how the capacity works on it. Okay. Kinda looks like the large roundabout fixed it, doesn't it? Now they're back up. It's backing up again. Makes sense. Bigger roundabout is very, you know, much more useful because there's more places to merge lanes. More room to merge. Electricity, huh? Okay. We'll eventually get a big coal plant, but for now, it's not really worth it. 100,000 a month for a big coal power plant, so, you know. All fixed. Beautiful. Waiting for hearse. Oh. Film actor mansion. Okay. We can't get high density until big town. Going on. Vehicles in use 8 out of 15. Well, being 11,000 a month. Attractiveness 20. Let's flesh out this side area here. Negatory Ghost Rider. Let's change these. what do their academics look like now? It's good if they're shifting, because apparently our taxes are tied to education level, not to income level. Not enough electricity. Water. Or 11. Water. There. Water. Their pump
A
station.
driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
How delightful. Another letter from
Well, the
our
electricity
first
must use
officer.
water. A lot of water.
What's up, honey? Me and my sister love you. Oh, that's nice. Y'all got clarinets and violins, but you got something most music these days ain't. Oh, the
10,000 a month.
lineage traced back to the great Haydn himself. Let's see here. Y'all got soul. Oh, yeah.
Yes, I guess we're out of water again.
A raison d'etre? Delicious. My sisters say whoever you got playing the keys got more funk in his pinky. But I told her...
What? The other groundwater pumping station didn't like that I put in another groundwater pumping station?
That
Okay.
must be most exacerbating. Classical music has been known since the time of the early explorers.
Right.
Funk, by contrast, is an entirely
High
modern
rent.
conceit, and you'll find none of that
Rent.
here. Funk,
I
as they
rent.
say,
Not enough
is for the
customers.
layperson. Now, let's hear another one of those.
Got some low demand for low density. Good.
We're live, and we're getting
College is at 982 out of 1500.
Somewhere.
Still don't want to go to
Road
college.
maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to
Oh, let's
normal.
make a tech
But if
college.
you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears
Try
up.
nudging them a little bit better.
You already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and
After university.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boats.
There's no
100,000 a
sinking this
month.
boat,
What am I
huh?
at right now? 55,000. Positive. Services. Taxis. Let's take a look at our taxi garage again. 5 out of 55. I don't know why you can't attach more. To do this, I have to basically bump it out, I guess. A little bit. Bump the... Change the minimum fare to $20? See how that affects demand. Post office, 20 out of 20. Deliver collected mail. Garage? Here. Road. It. This, and I can't... Actually, I can't squeeze it back further either. I don't know if they, like, they don't limit you to the number, it's just literally where you place them better. Okay. Got a university now? Yes. 200,000 a month. Good place to put it down here, though. Across town? Maybe right here. They have room to expand, which you probably will need to. I think that's our dog park over here. Big town! Okay. University in lots of space. Extension wings, University Park. We have a campfire here. Right. On fire. Okay. We have low density demand. We have commercial demand now. Plenty of commercial along the edge here, and it doesn't look like anyone's actually... It's snowing, guys. So yeah, after I change... No, actually, they're all going left now. On here. Why are we bottlenecking? Why are we bottlenecking? We got snow, guys. We have snow. It's roundabout size again? Nice, if you could actually see. Very difficult to tell what level this is. I think this is... I don't know. Yeah. Why does that have an... Oh, that's a special building. Oh my god, look at my city. It's so beautiful. It painted it white, guys. Looks like it's still having issues. We'll just max out the roundabout instead of going between. Okay. We'll have to build. Obviously, I'm intentionally building a bottleneck there. Some level. 21 people are enrolled. Education. Where's our wealth? Happiness. Oh, this gives you an overview. It opens the happiness pane. Okay. Goody good. Citizen wealth. Education level? Elementary is maxed out again. Maxed out. I think we have to build another school, which is alright considering this one's lasted as long as it did. Out of town. Alrighty. 28 people are currently attending uni. Drop that even further for taxes. Trying to figure out exactly how much incentive they need. Leave their old ways behind, guys. College, 1,000 out of 1,500, but there's 4,700 available. High school is 346. Close. Taxes, taxes, taxes. Well, I don't choose how I tax, apparently, based on education level. So, was there another thing? Let's see for administration. Where's that? Maybe there's another way you can tax people after you unlock something. Lowers loan interest rates as well as price of imported goods. That's not what I'm looking for. Bank.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the
Tax
public
support,
to remain
apparently.
calm during these
That's
crises
the way it is.
and to follow the guidelines
You gotta
of the city's
tax them
website
to
on how
go
plan
to
these
school.
temporary events.
The fuck is that?
This has been a local public service announcement. Local authorities are urging the public to conserve water.
I saw a
and reduce the
place
burden on
for
the city during this
administration.
water
Where is
shortage.
that?
Consider installing a low-flush toilet, cut back on watering the lawn,
Oh.
and shower with a friend whenever possible. This has been a local public service announcement.
Second Moon Radio with your host, J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Tune in tomorrow for a second chance to hear the music of yesteryear.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more.
There's like a place for
high-end
make
stores,
policies.
bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Yeah.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip
City is noisy.
outside the road.
I see.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
Oh, not too bad. All going that's causing issues. Working their way down this way is actually causing issues. Instead of just going straight across and then down, they try to make the most direct route, which actually causes a bottleneck. Probably a good time to install another bridge across here. Off the southern side here. Exceeds city limits, you fuck. Okay. Good. Kind of spin to win here. Need a bigger spin to win. Bigger spin to win. There we go. probably going to have to reassess this as well, right there. Ah, uh-oh. Oh no, poor Semi. Yeah. That should completely retool how our traffic is... Maybe not. I don't know. It'll take a little bit. Larger lanes didn't really fix that. I see. Are there no pedestrians? There's definitely pedestrians. And they cross the street and traffic has to stop for them. Sorry. Hey, what do we have for rare resources over here? Land fertility, that is ore, I believe? Deposit. Oil deposit in the center of town. Under the university, apparently. Good. Still demand for low or small residential. I think that's working all right now. Your roundabouts seem to help. Traffic lambs. I'm not sure about traffic lambs. Not gonna judge though. Backed up. A lot of backup here. Despite what the Europeans might tell you, roundabouts only do so much. They do work in a perfect scenario, though. You obviously could add... This is probably where you start installing, like, an... actual highway. We're getting there. Upgrade that to 4-lane without fuckering everything. Fuck or something. What happens if we make them smaller? Then have more lanes on them. Traffic lights? A lot of intersections already come with traffic lights. I don't know, you do have the option of adding them? But like some of them just literally have traffic lights on them already. That's not one. I think it's 4 ways have traffic lights. If you put roundabouts in, they don't anymore, though. Definitely seen them. Without installing them myself. Have stop signs. We made these into small roundabouts, and I think it actually made it worse. We might turn them back into large roundabouts. Just to see. There's 5 million different ways of doing things. I am messing around with roundabouts right now. You can install a bus station in your own goddamn city. Obviously, mass transit would help. Subway stations would help. You know, there's 5 million different ways of doing it. Sure. Okay. Bigger spin. That seemed to have helped there. Having my roads being misaligned does not also help things, so. So. See, there's gold lights here. I didn't install these. These came default. Oh, line, guys. Just a little line. I think probably adding another entrance to the city would help, or 3 actually. Probably 2 more. One in the industry area, another on the other side. Rebuilt, where'd they go? Actions. Where's 4? This fucker it and make my own. High density now? Hey, we do. Let's see. Where's our closest 2-lane? Right there? Let's see. Right. Hit at an angle.
Has anyone seen my keys? Keys. What? We're on the air?
Oh! Sorry about that. It's, nothing important. I just lost my keys. I'm sure they'll turn up. They're for the brown sedan parked outside the radio station. Oh, wait. I shouldn't have said that. If anyone finds them, please don't steal my car. I mean, the old hornbuckle mobile, please. Oh, good. Here they are. Well, never mind then. Thank you for listening to Second Moon.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow
That'll
should
happen.
return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
I don't understand why sometimes this doesn't work out properly. Why is it not like that, guys? Manually do it, we can do it fine. Why? Why? Again. Oh, I said I wanted to put in 4-lane down here, didn't I? Yep. Just be able to hold shift and immediately snap to 45-degree angles. Just holding shift snaps it to 45s. Alright, let's see. There's some high density down here. It's probably not going to get used, but we're going to do it anyways. Here. Yeah. And then we'll put in some low too, I guess. I don't know if I want to do it, guys. They keep asking for low density. It's actually kind of weird that we have, for the size of our city, it feels like we should have a lot more people. Dropout rate. Dropout rate 2%. Okay. Taxes. Actually, let's look at our education level again. We still have a boatload of people that refuse to go to college. Okay, so once again, uneducated is no education. Poorly educated is elementary graduation. Educated is high school graduation. Well educated is college. I guess. Gas lane? Right. What does our traffic look like now? Roundabouts seem to have alleviated the majority of the traffic, at least down here. The big roundabouts changed the flow here, and now there's no longer backed up. Larger roundabouts, very useful. Up here we still have issues. I think we're going to pop this out to another more lanes. At 6 lanes. I wish when you did that, it rezoned things appropriately. It doesn't look like it does. Right. Have any... Oh, we got some high density... No, these are actually mixed. This is mixed popping in there. What's our post office doing? 549. 24 out of 30 vehicles in use. Yeah. Like that immediately freed up our bottleneck here for the most part. They don't like, just like in Skylines 1, guys, they don't like using lanes outside of the turn lane. So if there's a lane in which you have to turn right, they won't actually stack up down the center. They'll actually just all try to turn. Like, they'll all get in the appropriate lane, which is, you know, something they need later on. It's not something they need right away. First. 10 to 15. Choose to go to college? You don't need to go to college. Like seeing pieces of paper, though, so... Taxes. Depends on how educated you are. Ghetto. Good. 25 arrested criminals. I don't know exactly what that means. Arrested. I did play, like, the first city, and it does make me wonder if maybe they botched something. Roundabouts, guys. World of roundabouts. Maybe something's not working properly, although the game's kind of broken, so it might have... Or hospital. 21 out of 25. One of those weird things, guys, where
Driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions
maxing
improve.
apparently
This has
involves
been
doing
a
really...
local public service announcement.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
How delightful! Another letter from our erstwhile listeners. What's up, honey? Me and my sister love you. Oh, that's nice. Y'all got clarinets and violins, but you got something most music these days ain't. Oh, let me guess. Lineage traced back to the great Haydn himself? Let's see here. Y'all got soul. Oh, yes, soul. A raison d'etre? Delicious. My sisters say whoever you got playing the keys got more funk in his pinky. But I told her that ain't funk. That's classical. Yes, indeed. That must be most exacerbating. Classical music has been known since...
So now we can fit 2 on each side? This is dumb, by the way. This shouldn't be a thing. So now we can go further back, and then we can fit basically 2 more wings in. My opinion. Should be able to do that without moving the building around like what we just did, either through an access road. I think in Cities Skyline 1, there was access roads you could use, and you can't do that anymore.
Luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate. Or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can...
That's pretty stupid. This should not be a thing.
Roads, especially during rush hour.
Because then it makes you have to do really stupid things like the street right here, which, you know, is not remotely normal in any way, shape, or form.
And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour...
Because you have to actually make it so there's more room on the sides here to build the building in the first place.
I'd never get anywhere.
I guess. It allows us to add basically maybe 1, because this looks like it's 1 extra on the side here. Ideally, you could just make it so there's only 1 way in here, and then you can go across the front, right? Vehicles we're coming out of. Find a way of turning them. I think you can turn the little buildings, which once again, kind of silly. Road access. The fuck you mean there's no road access here? Oh, pedestrian access. Okay, well, there's that. Waiting for ambulances. I have to take a piss. Looks like we still have no high-density residential. I will be right back in 1 second. Here we go. Ready. So, there's people parked out here. What the fuck is that? Winter is over, guys. That feeling, guys, when you run over your headphones, the cable, and you know you just axe some life off your headphones. What the fuck is going on here? Thanks for the host, Techno. I appreciate it, dude. Oh, I made this a gravel road. The fuck am I doing? Why? Oh? They don't seem to mind. That may have been affecting our living here? Maybe. Ha 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 ha! Yep. For medium density, it's very difficult to tell what's actually what type of density it is. Like no way of telling unless you just do it and then you see if it condemns or not. Whatever, they can live on a gravel road. They care? Oh, they don't. The fuck are they even going to down here? I guess it's just due to the density of this housing here. Large roundabouts seem to have fixed the traffic jams here, guys, down the center. Compared to the small roundabouts. Oh, we got some high density growing. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. Ability is full. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah, let's get some ground pollution in there. Yeah. Perfect. Beautiful. Yep. Good. Maybe. Power line not connected. That's the cell power, I believe.
Local authorities are urging the public
Go
to
anywhere.
conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage.
Water
Consider
shortage? The fuck you
installing
talking
a
about?
low-flush toilet, cut back on water
Lies,
on
lies and
shower
slander,
water when
fake information.
This has been a local public service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the
Goes
immediate
underground
area
there?
due to poor road conditions. Please
Okay, let's connect
exercise
that and see what
caution
it
if you must
does.
drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions
And-
improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
What kind of future does music have if it doesn't look to its past? Well, I say the question speaks for itself. Here on Second Moon, we know you can't move forward unless you keep both eyes steadily trained on what's behind you.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city?
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe. Local stargazers are in for a real treat tonight.
There we go.
As the Aurora Borealis is expected
See if we
to
can
lead
milk.
up the night
Let's
sky.
see what it does
Right.
for
Don't forget
trade.
to look up this evening. It promises to be quite a sight.
Depending on if we make money, how much money we... Usually it's wholesale electricity, guys. So in real life, if you sell electricity back to the grid, solar, they give you a wholesale price. Wholesale price is probably a quarter or maybe even 20% of what you'd make buying it from them. It's next to nothing, which is generally why you only want to build up to what you use. However, you can sell it back to the grid. So if you overproduce energy, I don't think it's actually something viable beyond having a large power plant, which might make it worth it if we can sell off the excess electricity. Electricity export 29,000. I mean, that's a decent chunk of money. I think we're selling off our excess right now. We have 18 megawatts we are exporting. We have currently 4 power plants, which is 280,000 a month. That's still like half of what the big power plants cost. So, possibly could do something with that. I'm not willing to risk it on it. Basically, we'd have to then build power lines inside the city to make up for the old power plants and reallocate where the energy is going, which we could do. And customers. 330, that's good. Let's check on our academia again. Everyone goes to elementary school. Some not going to high school. A lot of people aren't going to college. University still not anywhere close to capacity. Financial media. Try lowering that for now. Oh, you know what we didn't do? Yeah. Do a little hillbilly farming over here. Have to reroute that. Tell you? Is there special one-lane highways? Is. Whatever. That will be a street for now. I think the difference being is it drastically reduces speed. Yeah, to 30. Right? Carrots. That. There. Then, what is this? Stop. No. Cotton. Can't, unfortunately, you cannot see the circle. Again, after you place it. That would be too broken if you saw where the actual circle is. That. Bad you can't just fill it out to the edges. That'd be insane, right? Make a nice entry point either. Yeah? There. Got vegetables? Let's do some cotton. There we go. Now we can see the radius. I guess. There. Old mill ruins. Hi, mill ruins. I think that might be a tourist attraction you can make. We'll eventually figure that out. Allow you to set the point. This is so fucking weird. Anyways, they could have done that better. Okay. Right. Can't even see the radius on it easily.
Pending updates to our power grid,
Sure.
the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement. Recent spikes in demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand. This has been a local public service announcement.
Is anyone
Living right next to the farm field, guys. Good.
What? We're on the air?
Sorry about that. It's, nothing important. I just lost my keys. I'm sure they'll turn up. They're for the brown sedan parked outside the radio station. Oh, wait.
I probably shouldn't have said that if anyone finds them.
After the insurance money.
Don't steal my car. I mean, the old hornbuckle mobile, please. Oh,
Good.
good. Here they are. Well, never mind then. Thank you for listening to Second Moon.
51. Open
We're
positions,
live,
not
and,
enough employees.
We're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic
Yeah.
flow should return to normal.
So,
But if you're planning a quick
do
trip
some
out,
specialized
you might
industry
want
just to see what
wait for an hour
happens.
Until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe. This just in.
Something there. I don't even know if it
If
matters.
you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim.
I'd do another one
Seems
over
like
here
everyone is in a hurry
as
to
well.
get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
Mm-hmm. This is medium density. Okay, well we did a thing. We did a thing there. Abandon. Quality. What the fuck is network quality? Skylines. Network quality. All issues on performance. Not performance. I assume that's the distribution quality, but it might also be broadband quality. We could figure this out. Assumedly, an office company is going to need broadband. We don't really have any broadband, like, at all. So there's that. Telcom. What the fuck is going on there? No, none of the other streets have bottlenecks on them at all. With the outside lane once again, just like in Skylines. Might have to put a legitimate intersection in here. Try go lights on a roundabout. What if we try go lights on a roundabout, guys? Adds it everywhere. Why would we do that? Added yields. We'll actually remove the crosswalk here. Oh, is there a elevated crosswalk? What determines the speed? I think it's the size of the road, because these is a 6 lane and that's a 35, and this is an 8 lane, I think, and it's 45. Now this is still 6. You could turn that into highway. I don't think that would make things faster. It might, though. I think it's people that have to get to this one, so they have to cross the traffic here, and that actually causes more congestion. Maybe if we force them to turn. Pressure on the side streets? Might make everything worse, though. $4.49. Oh my god. We have a park already, right? Definitely what she said. I don't know if it means it's better moving it, or it might be one of these things where you can't attach... I don't know why they don't let you attach buildings to side buildings, which is really what you should be... Very... Academia again. Administration. Still having problems getting them into big housing, guys, even if we educate them. They'll want their low residential. University now, too. High school, 376 out of 556. College, 1,000 out of 5,700. University is 460 out of 14. Oh, telecom. I got sidetracked into post offices and I forgot about telecom. Yo, transmits mobile video traffic and TV signals. Range cellular networks. Houses local media networks. Be able to click on it and then click on the thing to take you to the research. What? There's a sorting facility, telecom tower. Much bigger. That's what she said. Pollution doesn't look that way. Oh, medium noise pollution. Low. Yeah. Right. 5,000 a month. See if that helps with the noise or with the efficiency. It does. That was network quality was. Network quality is network speed. So, not network to your goods network or to, you know, everything else. It is network as in
A driving
Internet
advisory has been
network.
issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution.
Electricity
if you must
trade,
drive,
0
and try to stay off the
megawatts.
streets until conditions improve.
Consumption
This has been a local
90.19,
public
89.4. We could go for the mega coal, guys.
City will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the
I run over my
public
headphone
to
cable
take
20 times a day. That's an old message, but
and to follow the
good.
guidelines on the city's website on how to plan
I've-
for these temporary events. This has been a local public service
I guess we'll put in another
You are
medium, I
listening to
suppose.
Second Moon, the station for the cultural sophisticate who doesn't fear extending their ears to the
I don't know why we aren't buying electricity trade. We should be importing, right?
classical genre. Let us move now from the musical page to the literary. Here we have some perfectly anguishing correspondence from a listener.
100,000 a month, guys. Oh, I'm losing money.
Whereas I make no apology for my erudite, modesty demands that I prevaricate against the title. I am but a humble devotee of the form, and
1,000 a
all
month
my
for
expertise
taxis.
derives merely from a life devoted to the gentle arts.
5 out of 55.
Though I do thank you for the honor. But I digest. To continue. Professor Hornbuckle. As
Can't
a
attach them to
traveler
already
from
existing
my
buildings.
homeland, I long to hear a tune that speaks to the anguish of my road-weary soul. There now, my good fellow. Chin up, as it were. No need to wallow in sediment. Leave that to those poet chaps, eh? Here's a tune just for you, and I do hope it provides your aching spirit some modest desolation.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
Do like the weird thing with the
And on
hospital
to our
here.
main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Why we aren't buying, though? Be buying because we're out of energy. We're exporting, but we aren't importing. I don't know what you need to do to import. Maybe it's now hooking up to a power plant. You might have to connect the lines to a transformer. And it goes the opposite direction then. I think I'd rather run out of electricity and have it tell me than import, though. Okay. taxes, lack of entertainment, unreliable health coverage. Okay. We're like taxing them into oblivion, guys. They don't seem to care that much, to be perfectly honest. Certain sectors we're taxing into oblivion. A bit of industry, a little bit of commercial demand. Still a lot of low as demand. Something wrong, guys. Parks, we have telecom. This sorting facility. Processes and stores both local and intercity mail. Mail going to and coming from outside the city. It is carried by high-capacity post trucks, which help reduce mail-related traffic on the roads. Can be upgraded with extra loading ramps, storage extension, automated sorting systems. How the sorting works, because we have the post office here, but like it's not even. The vehicles aren't completely used. It's 23 out of 30. Our axis. Whose fault is that? And our ingest looks not super amazing. How far is it like going across? We could try something fancy. have to go down 90? What the fuck is this? I just want to make it a tunnel. Go way out there. Where to get underneath the road? Not just attached to it? Special tunnel. If it works. Well, some things are using it. It'll take a little bit for it to kind of work its way out here. Maybe we got something going on here. Maybe. Probably could do this with an actual intersection. It would be a whole lot better, guys. Like a pre-built. But that's not the point. They have problems with crossing over the top of each other. This is the shit. This is the same shit as Skylines, where they have to be in exactly the lane that they need to use to go to the exact position that they're going in. They won't actually use other lanes. Like, instead of going here, like, they transition here to here instead, and then these guys go through the, like, left lane. These guys are all trying to fight for this side lane. Or I could actually turn this instead into highway. Might also be part of the problem is those are actually streets instead of highway. Fucking crosswalks that put in because it loves me. Crosswalks. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. What is this? Ha 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 ha! How do they slow? Oh, they slow down once again because this is highway. A highway. There we go. It's here. Because it's squished down. 8 lane and the highway is 6. Is that right? 5 lane. Road. Okay, well. That'll be the way that works. We might actually put in... something else going on here? What the fuck is going on there? Uh-huh. Might upgrade that to a 2. Maybe a 1 was a mistake. A little bit of a backup going on here. We're optimizing, guys. Guy. Highway. Yeah. Yeah. Like that's 2-lane right there. It looks like that's 1. That's 2-lane. Hmm. Wish you could have it like, oh my god, no. You could actually, like, increment it so you can split up these segments instead of basically having to cut this out and redo it. Still looks like it's fucked up. I don't think it cuts back far enough. So like right here, like that's where that one starts. Whoops. Okay. That. Okay. Let's see how that functions. It might be too far up. We're too close to merging. Hmm. I missed something. I think they have enough space to merge. I don't think that's actually far enough up. Try that. That's further away or further down.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts.
What?
We
Are we out of
urge the
power
public
again?
to
No way.
remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on
This
how to
information
plan
again,
these
guys.
temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Also full of shit. Look at how good our streets
What
look.
kind of future does music have if it doesn't look to its past? Well, I say the question speaks for itself. Here
What's going on here? What are you even doing? What are you doing on the highway? Who gave you a license? That looks better. I think we were too close to the edge where both of them merged and then they merged again. Even this looks too close. For some reason this line here is far up and we don't want it to be that far up. So it could be that this road actually merges too soon. Roads come down to right about here before they merge. Right about there.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile,
Crosswalks. Fuck you, crosswalks. Yep. I wonder why they go down here to turn right again. That's not good. Why would they see this as a faster route than going like over here and here? What are you doing? Who gave you a license? Oh, you have some industry demand. Taxes, taxes, taxes. Occupied buildings is still a thing. I don't get that. High skill labor availability. On it. Budget actually looks pretty good. I don't know why it looks like we're losing money. We shouldn't be losing money at all. We have a net surplus of money. Where was at 5 mil before? High skill labor availability. We're almost at capacity for elementary. Nowhere near capacity for high school. Again. College, pretty good. University. Actually, college is pretty piss poor too. $1,000 a month. Graduation chance. Honest production. Not tech school though. I think it's slowly alleviating. It's taking some time here. Better though. Very crowded as one might imagine. There. When you start getting into medium, it almost looks like it's a requirement to have 2 lanes, from the looks of it. Okay. We have some commercial and industrial. Labor, gas station availability. How the fuck was it even? You can't build gas stations. Maybe time to build buses, guys? Maybe. I like to pretend that our taxis are cutting it. Kinda backed up. There. Some point. Space open there. A lot of demand still for low density resident. Customers. Sells chemicals. Ah! I love selling chemicals. What about well-being? See. I think we're going to do tech school. Technical University. That's huge too. Bigger than the fucking university campus. That's crazy. Well, nothing like bulldozing a bunch of homes to build a university. Sounds good to me. Great town. Okay, oil refinery. Yeah. Workshop. For practical learning that increases students' chance of graduating. Build high-density business. Okay. All right, let's see what that does. University. You can only build one. Exact. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Yep. High density commercial. I don't want to build more low density, guys. And we have industry demand now. Good. Good. Local availability of materials. I don't know how I can fix gas station availability, guys. Well, no, though. I believe there is oil under our university. Which is funny. Right here. Medium noise, air pollution. For some reason they made it like the same color as like buildings, like government buildings, and definitely should not have. I'm pretty sure there's an oil patch right there I talked about earlier.
Recent spikes in demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand. This has been a local public service announcement.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the
Electricity's
city's
fine.
website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
That was truly superfluous. Masterful counterpart. You're
Right here?
listening to Second Moon Radio, the station of levitated tastes. Don't touch that dial.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this. Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
And why? Because I can, guys. Classic California. Like you should be able to adjust it after. Okay. Ah. There's no road access. There should be road access right there. I see. Yep. Oil drilling right in the center of the city, guys. Good. Road required. Still. It's going to be a pain in the ass to hook up. Why? It wasn't this difficult in Skylines. thing is, like, I'm gonna have to resize this, I guess. Am I using the wrong road? It originally was. There we go. Does not say no road access though, so it should be connected. Let's see if we have some special connections or something going on here. Why is it not connected to the main road? Connected. Oh, that's 65. That's a highway. Again, I was using the wrong road, guys. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Wonderful. Right next to the university, we have ourselves pedestrian access. What? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, well, there you go. Now you have pedestrian access. Alrighty. Ah! Not enough employees. Right in the middle of the city. What else do we have here for some industry? Maybe we'll do some more cotton, and then maybe some veggies. Find a way to get over there. Dale Street. It needs to go up 60 feet to clear it. Cotton. Like a special road to connect these things. So veggies over here. Oh, if it connected... It might actually connects to a different power line. It's underground. Definitely gonna bite me in the ass when we have to expand this highway at some point. But we'll get to that when we get to that, guys. I think we have enough tiles where potentially maps to the other farms grid. Uh-huh. Good, good, good. Okay. Lovely. I don't even know if you can upgrade your farms at all. I don't think so. Kind of one and done. Yeah. Let's take a look here. 105% crude oil. Yo. Right next to the college. Medium, medium, medium. I do think I want to make, what I was originally going to do, I wanted to make connect up to the boat line. It takes a lot of tiles, but we have a shitload of tiles, so. That, and then we have to do something janky. That. Yep. And where's our shipyard? Beige again. It has a lot to do with the time of day and the lighting, which also kind of sucks.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon.
Wish you could adjust this like you can with the other tool.
More challenging sphere of the classical genre. Let us move now from the musical page to the literary. Here we have some perfectly anguishing correspondence from a listener. My dear Professor Hornbuckle, whereas I make no apology for my erudite, Modesty demands that I prevaricate against
And transport cargo. There we go.
form, and all my expertise derives merely from a life devoted to the gentle arts. Though I do thank you for the honor. But I digest. To continue. Professor Hornbuckle, as a traveler from my homeland, I long to hear a tune that speaks to the anguish of my road-weary soul.
Weapon items, no
There now,
water.
my good fellow, chin up, as it were. No need to wallow in sediment. Leave that to those poet chaps, eh? Here's a tune just for you, and I do hope it provides your aching spirit some modest desolation.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast.
Hopefully, we
It's
can
worth
navigate
slowing
this,
down.
guys.
And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking
Oh,
about it.
oh, actually, I think we have
Besides,
landscaping
if I
tools.
did that,
I think we
I'd
can
never
make
get
this
anywhere.
bigger.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial
Us.
district is booming, as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim.
Okay, landscaping. Often slope. Cost any money? Okay, that's weird. You could put it in and just allow you to tailor it, but guess not. Okay. Let's try this now. Okay. Alright, I think it works. Now let's try... Buddy. So difficult. Okay. I guess let's see what happens, I suppose. Route 1. Route 2. Okay. See what happens, guys. Again. Hurry? They're working now. Traffic jams. Okay. Okay. All right. That actually gave us a huge boost. Either that or it's because I've been sitting here doing that for like 20 minutes. I wasn't paying attention. Our RCI is actually pretty extreme right now. We have demand for medium density. We have demand for commercial now. And see what we have for specialized industry on the side here. That could also be from the tech university, which we just put in. Let's take a look at it. Yep. Please. So we have demand for medium residential, which we will fulfill. Oh, do we have any high density? No, we do not. Nope, we do not have. High density commercial? Still think the game's too dark at night. 4-lane. Let's build some commercial office space. Why it's so difficult to cross over roads. Make you do special things each time you do this. Red overlapping items. No shit, I wanted to connect to the overlapping items. Be a thing, guys. Shouldn't be an issue. Should just automatically just connect up to everything. Constantly having like every game in existence.
Local authorities are urging the public to conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage. Consider installing a low-flush toilet, cut back on watering the lawn, and shower with a friend whenever possible. This has been a local public service announcement.
Already do that.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. How delightful! Another letter from our erstwhile listeners. What's up, honey? Me and my sister love you. Oh, that's nice. Y'all got clarinets and violins, but you got something most music these days ain't. Oh, let me guess. Lineage traced back to the great Haydn himself? Let's see here. Y'all got soul. Ah, yes, soul. A raison d'etre? Delicious. My sisters say whoever you...
See, sometimes it works and it hooks up properly, and other times it doesn't.
Got more funk in his pinky. But I told her that ain't funk. That's classical. Yes, indeed. That must be most exacerbating. Classical music has been known since the time of the early explorers. Funk, by contrast, is an entirely modern conceit, and you'll find none of that here. Funk, as they say, is for the lay person. Now, let's hear another one of those soulful cats.
And on to our main featured story. The commercial district is booming, as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate. Or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this. Industry in the region is
that's specialized industry.
When business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
There. Right there. Okay. Here, though, this uses that much traffic? It will. I assume it will. It doesn't yet. Revenue, taxation, services. To see what we bring in from. $1,000. Grain, 4,000. Oil, 4,000. It almost doesn't seem worth it compared to normal industry. It builds up. Way of shaping things, maybe? That was 105,000. Oh? I'm getting snow, guys? No. That appears and reappears when I move my camera around. Specialized industry. Got a little bit of oil. We're doing some farming already. We got more oil. We got some ore we could do. Center of town, always good. Uh-huh. Alright, what does our industry look like? Our academia? Academa. Where is academia again? $13 out of 438 out of 613 for high school. 1,100 out of 6,000 for college. University of 759 out of 2,000. Still punishing them for being dumb, so there's that, guys. And it doesn't appear to... I mean, it is working. It's not working very well. There has to be a trick or something that I'm not doing. Enhances surrounding. Okay. For well-being within 1,000 yards. Oil refinery. Does it actually have to be placed on oil? Look that way. Hmm. I wonder if they intentionally made your city hard to increase in population purely because of the performance issues with the game. Huh. That would be a weird one. If they made it so high density and medium density is very hard to come by, so you have to work at it so it doesn't increase the population and then grind your game to a halt. That would be some shenanigans right there, guys. Oh, buddy. That would be crazy. Silly geese. Goes a long way. There we go. No shit. Yeah, what if the low density demand, which makes a bunch of sprawl, so you just fill up a shitload of space with low density, has to do with the fact that people, like, they don't want you to make your city super big because then it bogs the game down. That would be absurd. That would be insanely absurd. Unreliable healthcare, high crime. Crime is up again. Let's see where we're at. Guess in our urban areas over here. Have to put a police station across the river. We have a police station upgrade I haven't done yet. Police headquarters. Oh, there's City Hall. Center for different branches of local government and more efficient bureaucracy. Lowers loan interest rates as well as the price of imported goods. Okay. Let's see what our industries are saying right now. Employee industrial efficiency, employee happiness. Office efficiency, employee happiness. Showing you a visualization of the routes and where things are. Yeah, so like the bones are here, guys. The logistics are here for getting things. So what I understand is the import-export part aspect of the game, the simulation, does not completely work right now. And as such, like stuff like this is just kind of broken. Can I not do shipping route 2? Like, does not find vehicles. Such a mess, to be perfectly honest. That's how that works. I don't really know. Route lines to of 2. Increase the number of ships you have. Warehouses. Extended warehouse allow for more cargo to be stored. Railway allows for trains to transport cargo directly to and from the harbor. Cargo. Speed at which loading and unloading takes place. Use semi-truck, oil truck. Lines. We don't have like a bottleneck here yet. Fix that with a spin to win, shall we? Fixed. What are they doing? What are they doing? Why are you doing a U-turn there? Why are they making a U-turn? What are you even doing? You could have went right. Let's look at our entrance to our city. Oh my god, guys, after we put in that we put in that side entrance, it immediately fixed everything. We put in a side entrance override that goes underground, that goes down the straight chute. That fixed everything, so they don't need to cross traffic to go straight. Immediately fixed. All of it's fixed. Not look quite right. Someone fucked up when they built these streets, guys. I mean, we could fix that with the roundabout, too. We wouldn't need to change the street at all. Ah, perfect. Designed that way. Like that, too. I think I need to go from the other side and cross over the top to fix that. Customers. I think we need buses is probably going to be a to-do that we're going to have to do here, guys. Maybe tonight. My taxes, unreliable health coverage.
Recent spikes in demand have led to temporary local
Oh, it's
shortages
back.
in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand.
We have more than enough water, guys.
Local public
They're
services-
full of shit.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
Second Moon Radio with your host, J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Tune in tomorrow for a second chance to hear the music of yesterday.
Industry in the region is on the rise,
Anything.
and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming, as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks.
Yeah.
We'll be back after.
Ah. Oh, also turning these into highway. They weren't highway before. Very helpful. Okay. Probably have to put in a highway entrance over here on the industry side, too. Probably right even here. I don't think I've unlocked intersections yet. Look. Snap the roads. Toggle snapping on and off. We'd have a little bit more, you know, a little easier use here. Not exactly sure what's going on here. Roundabout. Takes up so much space. Kinda. Ah. Uterus? Excuse me. Coughed at me in chat just now. Really, if these don't snap to pre-existing highways, they're kind of pointless. I get that they're here, but they don't. I guess I manually have to recombobulate the highway after doing it. That kind of sucks, but I guess it's pre-made, so that's useful. Freeway highway junction. Low capacity rural dumbbell interchange with a connection to a local road. Fuck is this? Maybe they're just trying to encourage you to make your own? Yes. There's that. We could make our own, kind of like we did in front here. Trumpet? Roundabout exchange? What the fuck? Hey, hi. Jesus Christ. Buddy. Cloverleaf. Not sure where you need to go, but you need to go every which way at the same time. Uh-huh. I've seen, like, the simulations, if you guys have ever seen them on social media, where they simulate, like, the traffic per hour under simulation, and some of these can do, which is, like, infinitely better than what you have, but, you know, simulation isn't what people do. Your traffic jam there, I think that was mainly because we didn't have a crossroad. Fixed. Fixed. They're working. Way to increase the number of vehicles you have? Yes. Three out of 5. Okay. Color. I made that more difficult than I needed to. I could have just went all the way to my point and it would have fixed it. I think all I had to do was go all the way to my shipyard and it would have connected it up. I guess. Right. Have traffic issues here. But the medium density areas look like they have higher. Well, the right side, the bottom side doesn't have problems. The top side does. fixed again, so I don't think that's a problem. As though they need to do a better job on the coloring, because it doesn't seem like there's a direct correlation between the heat map and traffic jams. Like, there's some areas that are traffic jams that aren't actually... Relatively fine, looks relatively fine. Half our city is under snow. I think we need to make buses. Buses appear to be very complicated, which is why I haven't really went out of my way to do them. Oh, production. Deficit. Chickens. We have a deficit in chickens, guys. Wheat. I see, so it tries to convince you to make your own internal industry. Is timber. A lot of taxis coming from inside. Not be a horrible idea to connect up the highway over here either. We have a 2-lane? 2 lanes up there. Put a 2-lane down further? Again. You could also angle it. That might not be horrible either. No. No, that's okay. Why is it only 1 lane? I guess it is a 1-lane highway. Thought they'd go around it a little bit faster. There we go. We have another way in through Vincent Street. Mm-hmm. Have some commercial. Residential then? I don't want to make more light duty or light density residential. Fuck that. Fuck you, game.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise
Gas station
caution if you
availability.
must
What the
drive,
fuck is
and
that?
try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. Recent spikes in demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand. This has been a local
Skylines.
public service announcement.
This is
Gas
the Second
station
Wind Radio
availability.
classical modern age. Unlike most modern music, classical has always been penned
Last
by
month.
someone sitting in front of a sheet of blank paper, using only their imaginations as guides through a silent audial masterpiece. Now here we sit, listening at full volume, and our souls
So far as
are
gas station
transported.
availability.
But let us not tarry. On to the next rapisode.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good
Yeah.
for business.
So the weird thing is gas stations are commercial, which requires commercial to make gas stations. So why would commercial demand gas stations but also not make gas stations?
The streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
Someone just zoned an entire area commercial and all they got was gas stations pop up. Gas station district. Saying it depends on the size of the commercial area you're zoning, which fucking suck. They should actually pick the size of the building they want. So you don't get gas stations unless if they're too big. I guess. Let's take a try removing some of the commercial, like have it maybe. Have high density commercial in here somewhere. Right? Good. Where I can't tell what is low density and high density game. What the fuck, game devs? Not hard to make light blue, blue, and then dark blue, right? Or teal? What? What? And even when you click on it, you can't tell what it is. 'Cause it doesn't tell you. Can't tell. I don't know what's low density and what's not. I think that's high density commercial. Hence why nothing's built there. Go here and then we delete. High density area again. And I don't know. It's high density commercial. Low density demand. Go to school! Go to school! God, there's so much tax incentives to get them to go to school, and they aren't going to school, guys. Unless maybe the tax, maybe this is uneducated is elementary school? No way. Poorly educated has to be elementary school. High school, it's only half are going. College, it's a very small portion. University, very small portion. $1,000 a month. Chances of graduating. It's a 3% dropout rate, which isn't even bad. Why would you even bother with it? Percent. Enough employees. Enough employees. How do you get them to move into high density, guys? What the fuck's going on here? Like they're educated. We have educated people. There's demand, but no one's going in. It has to be the game developers made it so the size of your city does not actually increase exponentially like super fast. So you don't run into performance issues, because they know there's performance issues with the game. 100% some sort of bottleneck they intentionally put in the game. Noise pollution high? Yes, sir. Company none. Available for rent. We got ourselves some oil derricks in the middle of town. Beautiful. It's lovely. What do we have here for resources? Farmland. We do have some timber up north. We might go up north and do the timbering. Farm. South we got timbering too, but we want to go south with population. Farmland, oil. West of town. Actions. Train. Highway. Planes. We could make an airport. Bottleneck there. Oh, not really that big of a deal. There. After we put in the bypass in the front here, that definitely helped clear that up. I.e., it doesn't exist anymore. So we are trying to drive them out of low density. They just want low density, guys. That's it. Like, they want suburbia for some reason. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Besides, the developers are working against me. Could make a city hall. 1,000 a month. We can support it. City plans lowers interest in rate. Okay, not really anything I'm going to. Down here. Native 5% crime rate citywide. 5% building leveling cost. Building leveling cost. That actually might be good. I think that helps buildings level up faster. That might be good. Let's do it. Done. Yeah? Have a traffic jam here, guys. Might have to spin to win. What if we do go lights? I mean, there already are go lights, right? Not helping. Traffic lights already exist.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
The medium density area is doing that.
Second radio classical for the modern age. Unlike most modern music, classical has always been penned by someone sitting in front of a sheet of blank paper, using only their...
I have entertainment, unreliable health coverage, high taxes. Yeah.
Silent.
We're more educated, you wouldn't worry about taxes.
Now, here we stand at full volume, and our souls
good.
transported. But let us not tarry. On to the next episode.
Our garbage is only half full. Good.
If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can
What was
expect
ground pollution produced by the
delays on
landfill
major
site?
roads,
You know,
especially
whatever.
during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone.
Garbage to be processed at higher speed.
Fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside.
Get a trucks
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all
and
the
used.
time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere. Local stargazers
Out of 30
are in for
used.
a real treat tonight, as the aurora borealis is expected to light up the night sky.
That's right, Jim. Don't forget to look up this evening. It promises.
We have
to be
trees going on. Let's do
quite
some timber here, because we're importing timber apparently. Have our, there it is. Alright, so let's see what our trees look like here again. Got wood, guys. Good here. Okay, done and done. Now we have to actually go and build the fucking horrifying grid. Get radius. Why am I even doing this? Okay. Yes. I don't really understand the metric behind the radiuses you're supposed to build. Why? Barely see the fucking radius from the other building that I just built. On like farms. Cool. Very nice. Very cool. Yeah, good luck seeing this, guys. Shit. Borderline invisible radius. Even worth it? Not real. I don't even think this is worth it. I don't think even doing industry is worth it. Besides, like maybe, I don't know, giving you guys a jump start. Kind of feels like what SimCity was doing with like districts and stuff, only not nearly as well done. Rick and Morty. Okay. Find the other radius. Yeah. Yeah. And it's almost 11 again. Cool. My life is literally going out as far as my sleep schedule goes, because good games though, guys. So, uh-oh. Access roads. Also, where's the build? Our axis. I have a problem here. Mainly the fucking fact I can't see the building. What the fuck is the building? Building's missing for some reason, guys. What's going on there? Building there. There. This thing. What happened to the building? fuck was I attaching the grid to? Forestry. There you go. Fuck me. Well, I saw you guys and I knew you liked watching me do this, so I thought, well, let's just do it again. So much fun doing this, by the way. This is the best part of the game, is drawing these little shapes that barely make sense in a logical fashion. Barely see and hurt your eyeballs because you can barely see them. I see, guys, when I'm doing this is shadows. You see the shadows from the trees, and that's it. And I hover until I find the line that I know. Yeah. There we go. You can sleep when you're dead. Well, as it turns out, I just sleep more when I'm awake or when I'm alive, and that causes me to,
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions.
This caused me to absorb more and more of my daytime hours as nighttime hours.
This has been a local public service announcement.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service.
Oh, so we might install. We got rail going on here. This is an issue. This is a problem here. Be able to get the rail to go over the top of it, though. Do a rail connection to industry.
Tune in tomorrow for a second chance to hear the music of yesteryear.
What do we have over here? I think it's oil or something. A farmland?
The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in
Occupied
luxury
buildings.
to our neighborhood.
High skilled labor
You can now shop
availability.
for designer
Still a
shoes
problem.
while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me.
Oh.
That's good for business.
Got a
and
port.
good for the community.
Here's that.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Very, very difficult to figure out what the benefit of this is, by the way.
Business is doing well,
I just assume it's working.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
Mm-hmm. Got some forestry now? Make some planks? Wood? Industry demand as well as commercial now. We make gas stations? Did we successfully, where did we do that? Successfully make gas stations. By manually changing the size of the grid. Company oil garage. Try doing a 4 on the other side and see if maybe that does it. Commercial. It doesn't tell you what kind of commercial is in demand either. It just says commercial. Principles. Principis. Reduce crime rate in the neighborhood. Okay. That is. For the motherland. Density. Better way of figuring this out, guys. Guessing game. Click on it, that'd be the manual way, or just like the colors are correct. Office building? Negative crime rate, well-being, university graduation. Office efficiency, city one. Like over here. Yeah. First, how's our cemetery doing, guys? 500 dead. 5 out of 15. Still fine. Okay, good. Good. Oh. Turn into something? Oil garage. Package. Size of it? No, there it is. Sells vehicles. Bill Gear Garage. Yeah, I don't know, like, you think, like, demand would dictate that it would just, you know, they would produce a gas station if the demand is high enough for a gas station, right? But apparently the game's like, nah, we aren't gonna actually make gas stations. So then your commercial demands gas stations, even though it can't make gas stations. For some strange reason. Sure. Maybe the game just depends on gimmicks, like making the specialty buildings is what drives demand. You also have to make more specialty buildings. Let's see what's over here on the side. Okay. Coal mining. Ore deposits. Ore deposit. Set up anywhere to produce stone. Okay. Fertile land, fertile land, fertile land. So I guess we look at demand, I assume? Like a demand for wheat, demand for chickens. Petro. Okay. Lumber, we have some wood now. Oil. Coal. Dude, by the way, it honestly just makes me hate the specialized industry zones just because I have to draw those little boxes. I fucking hate that. That's an annoying thing. It feels like something that should just be flushed out. It feels like a mechanic from Anno, where you set the size of the zones, but it's much easier to do. So there's coal demand, which is 127 tons. Doesn't work properly, so... We see our imports and exports. Whatever that is broken. It just gives you a bonus. This means we need wheat. I guess we are have a surplus of veggies now. Have a surplus of cotton, despite the fact that we are overproducing. Alright. That means we can't export it. We have chickens. Wants chickens. Surprisingly little coal demand. I was looking for a resource. Rock, metal... Love there. Why are they making love at the food station? Guess the food station is producing love? Traffic. I think tonight, guys, we're gonna have to... we're gonna have to do buses, I think. Press it. What are we doing for electricity right now? We're overproducing and exporting. Does it actually tell me? Let's see how much we're making for exporting. 1,000. Service fee. There's a lot of things that you definitely do not feel like you want to adjust because it'll probably break a bunch of shit if you ever touch it, like service fee. Oh, it's nice to make more money at the expense of breaking your entire city. It doesn't sound lucrative. I had to take out a loan yet. Yeah, uneducated folks, get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. You better get educated. Make sure. Yeah, get out of here. Look at that. Teach you to be uneducated. Imagine, guys, if real life actually worked this way. Your tax bracket is actually based off of how educated you are. That'd be pretty insane. That would be pretty insane. Literally, gateway to monetary reward is going to college. Like, literally, not like you have a piece of paper you earn more money. Rather, it is how much you're taxed. The fuck is that? Petro is still unoccupied? None. I have to build an incineration plant at some point here. Honestly, it kind of a shitty place we're in right now because I want to expand. Like, I want to increase our expansion here, but it's all going to be low density if I do it. And I don't want to make more land. I don't know what you have to do to encourage people to get into buildings. They're educated now. We're encouraging people to get educated. Or it doesn't seem to matter. Still nowhere close to the amount of people that can go to college. University's pretty good. Includes tech, though. Yeah.
Recent spikes in demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand. This has been a local public service announcement.
Occupied buildings, high skilled labor availability. So this is still an issue. Even though we're pumping out, we're trying to pump people through the system. It's still in demand, and we can't get people. I don't know why. Like, they're making too much money being poor. They're making too much money being poor. We have to stop them from being. We have to stop them from being uneducated. We have to stop them from being uneducated, guys. Yeah.
Using only their imaginations as guides through a silent, audible masterpiece. Now here we sit, listening at full volume, and
That's a tax break.
Transported. But let us not tarry.
I'll stick you in the poorly educated tier. Some even are in the educated. We don't want that. We want well and highly educated.
Business is doing well. That floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
I did not remotely imagine that my taxation would be based on education level. That's fucking weird. I don't know why it's like that. It's not like that in like any other game. You tax like the location, right? Like a district or like low income. You tax not low income, low density. Tax is different, or you tax based on your income bracket. I think like what might be important is buses. Not enough customers. It depend a lot on taxes. Air taxes plus 17. Well, I don't know who they are. High taxes -5. Yeah, fuck you. And 4%. These guys are almost already leveled up. 5. How do we get them into medium and high density, guys? Squish them in there. Why don't they want to live together? I don't know. Still have medium density. It's not even filled here, guys. Medium density. Right. I think we might have to fix this guy. Trying to look a little bit bottleneck there. Your fault for being a single line highway. But I can tell you there, like they aren't even getting stuck here on the roundabout. They're just giant fucking bottleneck. No. So if we wanted to do train, I think train would be a pain in the ass. How to get into the city. That train over here. We could hook it up. We just have to go to the side here. We could hook it up to the side grid. Maybe make a train yard over here. Bump the train yard to right here. Make sure we get on the 6 lane, and then maybe hook it up over here as well. Kinda sucks you can't increase the size of the highways coming in to begin with. Oh, outside contact, top imports, livestock, grain, timber. Top exports, wood, which is kind of weird because we can make timber from... I guess we need more industry, don't we, in order to make that? Yeah. Actually need to expand a little bit here, maybe. Also, I need... Oh my god, it's fucking 11. Also that. Yeah, alright. There should be a duplicate tool where I'll just automatically use the right size. I think it's 6 lane, 8 lane. 6 over here. That. Okay. Put in another 4 lane over here. There. Fire, you like that? That's slightly at an angle. Whoops. And why it breaks sometimes, guys. It doesn't like doing straight line. Like hooking up with the existing road. Right. Build it up. Electricity bottleneck. Out of juice again, guys? We're just barely squeaking by. May have to build a mega plant at some point here. Might even be a good time to build a mega plant since we're positive. Pretty good positive. We could build it in here. Holy shit. Biggin. Oh, we built over here and there was ore, wasn't there? There's ore over here. Well? Kind of big. I suppose. Actually build it so there's room for a roundabout if we need to make it. Okay. Buy old coal. Load new coal. Oh my god, they really like that. Like that, though. Fuck. We're overloaded. Bottleneck. How the fuck do we fix that? Power lines. We had power lines over here. Beat them when I deleted the power lines? No way. Let's see. Where we made a power line, I think we removed it, maybe? How the fuck do we build? I guess we have... Build north here by the bridge. Top of... Can't build... Why is this a thing? Build it high enough so it gets over the top of... May have to go underwater. That. Yeah, that would also be useful. Transformer capacity 80 mi... Oh my god. You actually have to build multiple of these throughout the city. It costs $6,000 a month. We're gonna delete these now that I can. Ground wires, or what we want.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Has anyone seen my
Go.
keys? My keys.
There we go. There we go. So just make everything underground. Okay, that's not actually that difficult.
Sorry about that. It's nothing important. I just lost my keys. I'm sure they'll turn up. They're for the brown sedan. parked
It's-
outside the radio station.
Surprisingly, it does not actually increase value or cost when it's underground.
Please, don't
All right.
steal my car. I mean,
So are we still
steal
lacking
my
somewhere?
Hornbuckle, please. Oh, good. Here they are. Well,
I think
never
so.
mind then. Thank you for listening to Second Moon.
And
takes care of a lot of the
main
problem right there.
feature Story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer
demand?
shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva.
Consumption.
Or
Yes, you
so
can.
my wife tells
There we
me.
go.
That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
All right.
Industry in
We
the
exporting
region
now?
is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking.
I
this
am
one.
positive I am producing more electricity than I'm consuming right now, and it's actually making me money. That's interesting. So you can make money off of export. Relatively, it's offsetting the entire cost of the oil factory. The coal power plant is being offset with exports. That's pretty insane. We're making even more money now. All right. Exhaust filter reduces air pollution by the plant. Or efficient burn process allows the same power output with less fuel. 1,000 a month. Yeah, I'm not really getting penalized for destroying the environment unlike SimCity. It doesn't really seem like there's, like, the reason I haven't won nuclear or anything is because it doesn't seem to reward you for doing so. Like, oh my god, there's so much pollution, cough, cough, wheeze, wheeze, or whatever. Taxes. Air coverage, high taxes, traffic. Bottleneck. So we're gonna have to make another transform station across the city, I guess. Which is to be expected. It's gonna be... We could make it over here. Someone's just gonna be living next to a transformer for their life, so... Mega plant, bum, 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 bum. Additional turbine. Oh my god, 250 for an extra 100 megawatts. Oh yeah, you just buy it and then make more money off of it. Full storage yard. Fuel storage capacity doesn't seem to matter. Once again, I think the whole supply-demand aspect of the game underneath it is not working right now, so it doesn't matter. That's what the posts were about on the forums, so... Storage, stuff like that doesn't matter. The delivery vehicles aren't really even delivering. It's just, everything's just kind of working on the surface, but not really underneath. Pays for itself. I kind of should. Investment. Well, the industry loved that shit. Everyone loved that for some reason. Why did they love that I upgraded my coal power plant? I don't know. I don't know why everyone just cheered at the fact that I just overproduced energy even more. We're way overproducing. 400 megawatts. 121 of demand. Another connection here? Oh, I need to fucking... Oh my god. Game is very good at consuming time, guys. Very good at consuming time. Connections. There we go. Here, I think I'm going to build an airport too. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. One more thing, guys. What's one more thing? Oh, they don't even cost that much. Maybe that's what you're supposed to be doing, guys. You're actually just supposed to level and, like boost into... It's not demand-driven, it's, like, special building-driven. You're supposed to boost in, like, getting a spaceport or whatever. And that drives the demand for the people that come into your city. So, like, if I get the Chirpax Space Center or whatever, right? That increases demand, and that actually fuels the demand in the RCI. Occupied buildings. High scale labor availability is now there for industry. Hotel demand. The fuck is this? It's demanding stuff that it produces as commercial. The fuck is... Hotel here? So I can't even incentivize hotels. Vacation? No. Lodging. Where's gas? There isn't one for... There's convenience. That's not really gas stations. Maybe that's what we do? I don't know what gas stations are. Hotel demand. Gas station availability still. Like no policies too. I don't know what's going on here. Gas station industry? I'm not seeing it. Entertainment, beverages, vehicles, lodging. But there's no gas stations. Fuck you, poor people. Get educated. Go to school or get taxed. Go to school or get taxed. Yeah, you better go to school. What the fuck is that? Apparently you can just produce energy and it just makes you money. Oh, I'm negative now. 249 on export. Uh-oh. Demand for energy apparently has decreased. Yes? Wait. Backed up sewer. Man. We'll have to pump more raw sewage into the lake, guys. No, don't worry. It's working. Oh. I can actually upgrade it. Why can't I? Oh, I can upgrade it. Reduce the amount of pollutants in the water before expelled into the environment. Increases water flow and reduces the amount of sewage being expelled. Purification rate. Why would I do that? That seems silly. Can't tell if they're hooked up or not. I think they are. Look like they are. Why can't I hook this guy up? That's it. Sometimes they're weird. If they're positioned wrong on the side, they don't work properly. Not on the shoreline. I think it's working. It doesn't look like it's hooked up, but I'm pretty sure it is. That one doesn't look like it's completely hooked up, but I think...
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advice
56, 52, 76 or whatever.
Due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local...
Don't eat the fish! Ah! Should make some fishing industry.
You're listening to Second Moon Radio with J. Thomas Hornbuckle.
26. They're all 26, right? So it should really... We should have like 72 right now or something. properly.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident.
Bikes that had destroyed the other sewage
in the city.
Road maintenance
processing
services
plant.
have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe. And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming, as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood.
I think it's because these are on the side of a hill. It really does not like this.
While sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Yes. Turn off the night mode. We're underground right now. Oh, you're talking about in the game? The day-night cycle? No. Go 150 feet underground. I don't know if that helps me. Why is this... Is it spewing? It is spewing. That would indicate it's working. Yes. Not, because it doesn't show up on the output. Sewage treatment, it does. I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at water availability gets. I hate night modes. I dislike night modes too. It's like searing words onto your eyeballs. I hate that. Fuck that shit. Yeah, so it is working. I was looking at water availability. That's why it wasn't changing. I don't even know if I need this pipe. Let's... Working. None of these increase the amount of sewage you can spew. Where's the pump upgrade? It's all environmental stuff. Why would you want to do that? You get a rundown of my city. It's a big city. There's lots of stuff going on. Apparently people can't get to commercial businesses. Enough customers. Going out of business. Held demand. I don't know. How do you even... Here's the garbage dump. There are the sewage outflow pipes. There's some lumber yards. We got some universities over here. Oh my god. Rehearse. Use 14 out of 15. We're still fine. I was selling electricity though? Electricity is actually For 862,000 per month, and they're just gobbling it up. There's like no demand either. It's no supply. It just sells it all. The supply and demand aspect of the game apparently is broken, as can be witnessed by the fact that it seems broken. Oh, there's ore over here, isn't there? There. Another one of those things where I think I need to produce... If I do this, I think I need to build the fucking circle on this thing again. A fan. Not a fan of how this mechanic works at all. Very inconvenient if you ever want to upgrade your city. I want to do this, to be perfectly honest. Where are the deposits again? Can't keep that on. I can't keep the grid on that I need. Well, it's... Doesn't remember the grid. So in order for me to actually see the grid, I have to build it in the first place. But I can't. How do you just save? I can't save it. It just automatically... I have to use the other drawing tool. Stuck to my mouse. Small city. Now we can't see the actual grid, so I can't do this and have an overlay open at the same time. That. That's what we want. I have to redo it. That's awfully picky. Huh? %. Okay. Yeah? Just do stuff and things? Do stuff and things that I'm not doing? Okay. Okay. Pushing the buttons for me? Check. And building coal mine. I don't know how useful the coal mine is going to be, much like the other things that we're building. We'll see. Maybe. Build the turbine, because then we can sell it. I mean, maybe, like, the end game here, because the economy is broken, might just be build a shitload of power plants. I mean, if you just want to make money, just build a shitload of power plants. I don't think there's actually any demand, so you don't max out the demand. So you can just overproduce the shitload out of energy and just have infinite money creator, I guess, for whatever that gets you. Not really what I was trying to do, but sure. Unoccupied buildings. Unoccupied buildings. I don't understand unoccupied buildings. Unoccupied buildings would imply that people can move. Like, there's the demand is for the supply. The supply does not exist because it's not building them, but it has demand for the supply. Like, what is this? It says unoccupied buildings. They want to move in, but they can't because the buildings don't exist. But it doesn't explain why the buildings don't exist. It's like the gas station shit here, where the commercial is supposed to make the gas stations, but it doesn't make the gas stations it then demands, which doesn't make sense. Like, it's like eating its own tail. It's demanding the stuff that it needs.
You're back with Second Moon Radio, your second digital home from home. So settle back.
Okay, so none of these are gas stations.
Tonight we are doing a musical tour of Italia, and of arts and culture. Que bon, as they say. And an aria.
Make it rebuild.
Industry in the region is
Trying to get it to build
on the
gas
rise, and
stations.
when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. And
Okay.
on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming.
Still not full.
As the area is attracting more high-end
Elementary is full
bringing
now.
the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife.
We are at capacity for
That's
elementary,
good for
guys.
business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
They didn't like it because they didn't like it because they're out of a home now. Oh my fucking god! I gotta go to bed. Yeah, I gotta go to bed. Ah, the outflow pipes. Ah, the Red Death. Ah, landfill 1502. Yeah, I think we need to do thermal. Requires resource, groundwater. Oh, okay. Nuclear power plant. W. Not even real-life nuclear. We're talking the gigawatt capacity. The gigawatts. Actually, 750 is actually, for a small planet, is about normal. Dam that spans a river and produces electricity by harnessing power. Mines. We can put that on groundwater as a resource, I guess. But it doesn't even make sense, because unless it drives demand for things that would be around geothermal, like, doing this yourself doesn't seem as though it's not really all that great. Like, it feels an awful lot like I am intentionally just clicking stuff for my, my city. My city isn't actually a simulation, it's just me clicking a button that causes it to do stuff. Kinda shit. Lack of high-skilled labor. Lack of high-skilled labor. Well, I'm trying! I'm taxing the shit out of the poor people. Out of the uneducated, not poor. I'm taxing the shit out of the uneducated so they become smart. I can't really do much more than that to get them to be smart. So, yeah. Yeah, we demand high-skilled labor. Yeah, no shit. Here, let me try to get you high-skilled labor. I can't, because they don't want to learn. They don't want to go to school. We have a problem, I think, with high school, isn't it? No, with college. Even high school. Like two-thirds of the population goes to high school. College, we have 8,000 candidates and they just don't go. Well, if they went to college, they wouldn't be poor. Duh. High taxes, unreliable health coverage, high crime. Crime is... Oh my god, it's almost 12 now. Holy fuck. Yeah, okay. I just keep clicking the button. Okay. Alright, we're gonna end things here, guys. I just kept clicking the button. It is now almost 12 p.m. Good. Alright. I need to get out of here for this afternoon, guys, or this morning. I need to eat dinner and then go to bed. Yeah, ridiculous. But yeah. Lots of fun, guys. Easy to burn time, as you guys saw. We'll see how it goes. I don't know how long I'm going to play for. It definitely seems like we've hit some kind of loop where we might be discovering that there may not actually be much of a simulation going on here at all, and it's just building stuff and it just happens. It doesn't seem like maybe there's something happening. We'll see. The jury's still out on this. It seems like I'm missing like half the game, which is the part where they level up, where the density increases and there's demand for stuff. It just doesn't exist for some reason. So, alrighty. I'm out of here for this afternoon, guys. If you are new to the stream and you enjoyed the bullshit, make sure to follow button on your select platform and stream to Kick, Facebook, as well as YouTube Live every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6, so late night North America time. I usually stream for 5 to 6 hours, give or take. Depends on what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. My streams for Cities, Starfield, the usual, Cyberpunk have been longer than usual. Usually I don't stream this long, but yeah. I get stuck in a loop, guys, and then all of a sudden I'm building a coal power plant and I forgot to go to bed. So I should have went to bed 2 hours ago. 2.5 hours ago. Alright, guys, I'm out of here for this morning, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Sunday morning. Have a good day, guys.